Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you so much for the gift of life. We thank you so much for the gift of family and friends. Lord, we thank you so much for the opportunity to be alive and the opportunity to share what we have. We thank you, Lord, so much for the gift of family. We thank you so much for this family, the Lead family. We thank you so much for this convention that we're having in 2024. Heavenly Father, Lord, we ask you to come down upon us and bless all the speakers today. Bless them so that they'll be able to share and be able to help us and enlighten us in these areas so that we can be able to learn, as is the main objective today. To share, learn, and engage. We ask you, Lord, to order the steps of those coming and order our steps as we go back. We ask you, Lord, to bless us in this day. We ask all this through our Heavenly Father. Amen. I think I've tried. I recall when I was in school, some people thought I should have been a pastor. But I think that calling, I don't think I would have managed. So I want to start this program by running through. We will actually be having the anthems, the Ugandan national anthem and the East African anthem. And then we shall have a word from the chairperson of the organizing committee, Mr. Sam Ntulme. And then after that, we shall be having the opening address from our chairperson, the lead board, Ms. Gertrude Arugaba. And from there, we shall take it on, and I will keep on updating you. So I want to take this opportunity to request members to be upstanding. Let's all be upstanding for the national anthem. Thank you. We may all be seated. Before our chairman organizing committee comes, I would really want to encourage members here to network. Network. We have a tendency of sitting with the people we know at these events. You feel safe sitting with the people you know. So when you come in and the person is not, you will squeeze yourself. We've provided a number of seats for particular tables, but you want to sit with the people you know. For those who are coupled, we can understand. But even then, I think you can afford to let Madam and Mr. meet new people. This is a safe space, okay? So I remember when I was in school, one of my professors used to say that when you go for these events, you must have 5 business cards. 5 business cards. And you must meet 5 people and receive 5 business cards. So I'm hoping that we are going to, when I mentioned that you sit next to the people, you know, people started laughing and smiling. So I'm hoping that along the way, don't come and say, this chair is mine. No. Just come and say, hello, how are you? I am so-and-so, and I need love to share with you what I do. Mr. Sam told me.
I think only one person clapped. Another one.
Recording in progress.
Conventioneers. those who attend conventions are called conventioneers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sam Ntulume, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee of the Lead Convention 2024. I'm a member of LEAD. I'm a son to a father and mother. I'm a husband to a doctor, and some people call me Mwami Doctor. And I'm also a father, passionate about leadership and governance, a member of the Rotary family, and I work with I&M Bank as the Executive Director and Chief Operations Officer. I also serve on a few boards, and I hope many more will come in the future. So in summary, that is me, and it gives me great pleasure to speak to you this morning, to welcome you most cordially at the LEAD Convention 2024. This convention is one of the activities that this great organization holds to enable it achieve its purpose. LEAD was formed to support and strengthen corporate governance by ensuring that within the East African region, not just Uganda, but the East African region, that there is a pool of talented and potential individuals that are ready to serve as board members and or are developing those, or to develop those that need improvement, like myself, and making these resources available to the market and assisting with board trainings and development, among others. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the Board of LEAD for entrusting me with the responsibility to chair the organizing committee once again. And I also thank all the members of the organizing committee. If you're a member of the organizing committee, please stand up wherever you are, and we need to appreciate you for putting all this up together. Thank you. Thank you very much, members. And also the LEAD Secretariat that has been very pivotal in ensuring that they make this event happen. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that this convention achieves the objectives for which it was set. I also want to sincerely thank all of you in your individual capacities, but also the organizations that have come in to support us financially and in many other ways. Your participation is highly valued and appreciated. Distinguished conventioneers, let me express on behalf of the organizing committee our most sincere wish that the discussions and engagements during this convention will positively contribute towards your journey to becoming a better director, thereby helping LEAD achieve its purpose. Thank you very much for your attention, and please enjoy yourselves. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome the chairperson of the LEAD board, Mrs. Gertrude Wamala Karugaba, to address the convention. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, everyone. The breakfast seemed like a large spread, but the energy is a bit low. Good morning once again. Yeah, that's better. Welcome, welcome everyone. Welcome to the LEAD convention. This is the third time we are getting together as LEAD members to contemplate, discuss, debate matters of governance and board leadership. Deo and Sheila, I want to appreciate you for the intro you made, why we're here. Thank you, Sam, for informing us about your personal circumstances. We now know you're married to a doctor. But really, I appreciate all of you, and I welcome you this morning. I welcome in a special way those who have joined LEAD most recently. Without intending to embarrass anybody, if you've joined LEAD in the last 1 year, please be upstanding so that we can know who you are. We're a family. Let's appreciate. I welcome you all. I'm also grateful for those who've been with LEAD from inception. I want to congratulate those who have been appointed to boards. Recently, we've got one of our members appointed as a chair of a board, and we've seen that cycle continue. So I congratulate you all. I don't intend to say too much, but I want to share with you my own assessment of the environment in which we are operating as directors. In my view, the current trends in board leadership and governance can be summarized in 2 words: ethical leadership. Wherever you look, whichever board you're engaging with, the question we are being asked continually is how we are leading and whether we are leading ethically. There are certain trends that I thought I would share to kick off our discussion this morning. The intention is not to go into what the panels will say, but to add my voice to what is going to be said today. So what am I seeing? These are not researched notes, so people from KPMG, PwC, Deloitte, do not shoot me. I'm just seeing things, and I want to share what I'm seeing. One of the big issues we're seeing is what I would call the dangers of abdication by boards. All of us know the board has ultimate responsibility for the affairs of the company, the NGO, whatever it may be. But we have seen lately boards where the management seems to be the one in charge of the governance of the organization. And we've seen cases of CEOs who are powerful beyond measure, and we've seen board members who are rubber stamping the decisions of the board. So these are areas of concern for me as the chair of LEAD, and we will see throughout the discussions where that can end. So the first issue for me is really boards that abdicate their responsibility to lead the entities they govern. We're also seeing trends of leadership transitions and trends which are asking us as boards whether we are ready for those transitions. You can imagine the company that is called the United States of America. What happened in the week that just started? All of a sudden, the CEO is not able to act. But fortunately, they had a succession plan. Now, you can debate whether the successor was the right one or the wrong one. Sometimes, as a board, you're required to replace a leader. In your board, are you ready for that transition? Have you developed the talent beyond the CEO and the deputy CEO? What bench of leaders have we developed that will take us to the future? The war on talent continues. I know in our LEAD discussions, we've talked about the war on talent at management level, but that war continues even at board level. And for us at LEAD, we've spent a lot of time bringing together the minds that we have in the room. Unfortunately, we have seen the trend of recycling and repurposing directors. We are not yet seeing critical mass of new talent emerging in our boardroom. So my challenge to you today, if you're listening, if you're a chair, if you're a member or a chair of a governance committee, what are you doing about expanding the bench of leaders on the board? There's also stakeholders and corporate citizenship. The company called the Republic of Kenya has been through that, where the young people have been asking the government whether it cares about them. Now, you might say a government is not a company, but if you have been in Kenya recently, you would have seen that companies have not been spared. Companies are being charged and asked to do more, to demonstrate that they care. We're being asked to move away from talking about the demographic dividend that is the youth, that is women, that is young people. We're being asked to put our money where the mouth is. And so for us as board members, how are we dealing with that issue? Social media has put many companies on trial. No one is safe. If you don't know that, you will look and keep seeing what is happening. Look at Boeing. I was thinking yesterday that Boeing is the gift that keeps on giving when it comes to governance. Every single year they are doing something that is topical. It could be any one of us, because I'm sure they sit in a boardroom, they go through board papers, they have a strategic plan that is very, succinct and all of that, but see what's happening. Look at Ethiopian Airlines, they've said they didn't push someone out of a plane. Some people saw them doing it, whatever it is. As a board member, are you prepared for that drama? Recently in Kenya, there was the whole Gen Z revolution. And when it started, there was an internet outage. And the telcos, particularly the leading one, said there was a undersea cable cut. It is a common example of why the internet is not working. Until the regulator came and said, that is not true. Actually, the internet was working. There were no sea cable cuts, but somebody was telling a story. And what happened to Safaricom? All of a sudden, influencers, we pay a lot of influencers to make us look good. The influencers said, we don't want to know. We are moving on. So those are challenges that we are facing as boards. And what are we doing about them? There's the trend of disclosure. Everyone wants to talk about their sustainability agenda. We are green, our clothes are green, our water is pure, we are doing this and that. But we've seen scandals of greenwashing. People are being asked to demonstrate their sustainability agenda. Many companies are building a sustainability agenda to attract cheap financing, because climate financing is cheap. But as a board member, is that story true? Is your water really clean? Are you recycling the way you're saying you're recycling? Are you switching off the lights when you say you're switching them off? We've seen those scandals, and those are areas for us to contemplate. Compliance and risk management is part of our lives as a board. The board is responsible for compliance. But we are seeing trends where regulators are saying it is no longer enough to sanction the company. We want to sanction the individuals who are responsible. As board members, are you overseeing a compliance program? Tax authorities and regulators are literally, for those who understand, lifting the veil to see who's behind there. Who's that person that is preventing this company from paying taxes? Board members, are you there? Are you that person behind the curtain? Economic uncertainty, I won't spend a lot of time on that. We live in a VUCA environment. I don't know what acronyms we're using. As board members, we'll never be great at managing these events, but we can become better at predicting outcomes. We predict outcomes using technology, and there'll be a panel here talking about technology. We predict outcomes based on our own lessons. There are things we have done as board members. There are decisions we have made that have come back to bite us. What lessons do we learn from that? So let's not say because it's a VUCA environment, we are helpless as board members. We are not helpless. There are patterns that we can observe. There's technology that can tell us how certain decisions are likely to play out. And there are lessons we have learned. Are we tracking them as a board? When we ask management to make presentations, do we ask them, how did we get to this position? Or we are just focused on what happened? What happened? This happened. Okay, don't do it again. Do we spend enough time asking about the how? Cybersecurity risks are with us. Earlier this week, some people's computers were not working because of a cybersecurity, not risk, but a provider of cybersecurity risk solutions. This is a recurrent theme for us as board members. And when we see people like CrowdStrike, who are supposed to protect us, exposing us, it means that we are vulnerable. As board members, as we look at the speed of evolution of cyber, as we are busy sitting here, someone out there is trying to hack our companies. There was a company recently that was saying they get 1.5 billion attacks every single month. As a board member, imagine if one of those attacks materializes. Finally, the art of crisis management. We can all sit here and talk about Boeing, the gift that keeps on giving. We can talk about what has happened in Kenya and what has happened to those companies and what they could have done differently. When we had protests in Kenya, crises came in all shapes and sizes. They came when protesters wanted a drink. They just wanted to come in and have a drink, and some corporates said, no, thank you. Some people just wanted to wash their faces from tear gas. So we are flung as companies into crisis because of the pervasiveness of social media. Everyone has a view about your company. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter how great you think your company is. So how have we nurtured the art of crisis management as a board? It's a matter of time before your board or your company is flung into the limelight. Why is that? Because you serve customers that you don't even know. You serve communities that you don't even know. You serve in industries that you think I am an industry leader, but the rest of the industry can bring you down. So as a board member, are you concerned about the industry in which you operate? Or are you comfortable that your company is standing out and everything is okay? Last but not least is value. At the end of the day, when you're brought onto a board, what value are you adding? Are you just warming a bench? Are you just there to bring light to the environment? Or are you really adding value? I read something from the Institute of Directors of New Zealand. They were talking about top 5 issues for directors in 2024. And on the value question, they said this: being a director is becoming more complex. Directors are challenged not only to excel in their responsibilities, but also to establish a clear purpose for and provide enduring value to their organizations. To meet this challenge, directors should reflect on and discuss their own performance so they can refine their skills and ensure their boards possess the diverse talents that are needed. After every board meeting, I like this part, after every board meeting, directors, you all in the room, need to prompt your boards to ask the question, have we added value today? If you don't ask that question, you're under an illusion that everything is okay. And when the crisis hits you, when the social media judges come for you, you might be surprised at what comes up. Last but not least, as we prepare for the discussion, I wanted you to reflect on an article that I read. It's a KPMG article. It's an extract from a book. The book is called Disaster in the Boardroom, and it talks about 6 boardroom dysfunctions every board should guard against. When we allow dysfunction to fester in our boardrooms, the end is very clear and it will not be a positive one. I thank you for listening to my remarks this morning. I hope that what I have shared has resonated with some of us or all of us. As we listen to the panel's discussion, I want us to be, this morning, I want us to be open-minded to listen to what is going to be said and to take lots of notes. Deo and Sheila didn't mention, there are notebooks on the tables with pens that hopefully work. Let's use them and see what we can learn from each other. As I leave the podium, I am glad to introduce our keynote speaker for today. Our keynote speaker is on the screen. He's joining us virtually. Today we're talking a lot about technology and the access that technology can give us. Our keynote speaker is Mpo Makwana. Mpo is an accomplished business leader with diverse experience, acquired over 33 years overall, 26 of which have been in executive and C-suite roles in the public and private sectors. Mpo is the immediate past non-executive chairman of Nedbank Group, Nedbank Limited, his term having concluded on 2nd June 2023. Mpo has been the chairman of Eskom SOC Limited. He's currently a non-executive director of Platinum Group Metals. It's a listed company, and the lead independent director on the board of Invicta Holdings Limited. Paul has many accolades. In the interest of time, I will not go through all of them, but his profile can be availed. Paul has achieved a lot of qualifications here, management training and technical training as well. He has a social media footprint on LinkedIn, just in case you want to find him. Paul, we welcome you this morning. We hope to hear from you and learn from you. You have missed the opportunity of the Ugandan warmth in the room, but hopefully in due course, you'll be able to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Paul, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I'm well and audible. Warm greetings from the South. Indeed, I would have cherished to have been in the east of Africa this morning. Sadly, the number of logistical challenges just made it impossible for me to be there in person. It is a special privilege to be on this virtual platform, to be part of your third lead convention for Uganda under the theme Boards of the Future, Fostering Resilience in an Uncertain World. Chair, I hope to whisk through a few set of slides and hopefully then, as you indicated, perhaps then through the panel discussion, be in a position to answer any questions that the room might have. I wish to start off first, probably to resonate with some of the trends you cited from New Zealand IOD, just to paint a picture in terms of the context within which leadership and corporate governance occurs, and also how it shapes corporate citizenship, especially positive corporate citizenship. Ladies and gentlemen, the key issue is that if we learn from this model from David Easton, which is a model well known to most people in the field of political science, called the political system, is that we lead in a context where, especially in the continent of Africa and a number of emerging markets, this is very, very important. But it continues to grow in importance in all other economies, including the so-called advanced economies. The context in which any board governance and any form of corporate leadership occurs is that we operate in an environment where, firstly, there are inputs that come through the macroeconomic environment. Some people call it the pest. Some people call it the pestle. I prefer to call it the PESTA. And the PESTA for me stands for political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and historical factors. And so it is important that when you serve on a board of directors, that when you deal with the macroeconomic environment, the age has proven to be much, much more important. You must understand the historical context in which the corporation you are on the board of has evolved in the country or economy that it operates. And this is very important because often this historical footprint may have left certain legacies that may have discomfort. Because the first and foremost, in the context of governance, boards must always ask themselves, together with their executive colleagues, what makes this company good for the market in which we trade? That for me is the first order of business. What makes us good for the society in which we operate? And so this PESTA, based on needs and demands of society or of citizens, governments then process these through the three arms of government of the legislature. Policies, legislation gets promulgated. The executive arm executes that, and the judiciary plays oversight of governance and fairness and justice over it. And that gives us democracy. Democracy thrives when there's institutional resilience, and some of the issues that the chair was citing around ethics in business, ethics in governance. It is important that if you want to earn credibility in the eyes of global markets and other key players, that there should be key institutions in the economy, in society, that are there to sustain checks and balances in this democratic system. The challenges that, among the trends that I can add to what the chair said, is that we find ourselves in environments where, especially because of growing power of kleptocrats, and I'll expand on this a bit more later, we found ourselves having to constantly remind each other in terms of the box of ethics, between the difference between contributive citizenship versus extractive citizenship. We get individual citizens and corporates who, as kleptocrats influencing political decision makers, focusing a lot more on what they can take out of society rather than what they can contribute to the betterment of society. We, in Africa as a whole, and emerging markets, are operating in political economies. Because of the political evolution of countries, politics tends to dominate the economy, and therefore everything we do in the economy flows from politics, and we end up with an environment where we are more political economies than pure economies. In multinationals, it's important to also take into account geopolitics when you're a board director, even if your entity is not a multinational, but the fact that you may be borrowing money from various funds across the globe, it is important that you also ensure that you are very clear about particularly the risks that you need to stay on top of in terms of the geopolitics of your country relative to other countries. The environment also in which leadership shapes governance and corporate citizenship. The chair already spoke about VUCA. The COVID-19 pandemic changed this VUCA phenomenon and added another layer called BANI. So VUCA, for those who may need a refresher, it's the fact that since it was crafted during the period of Desert Storm, the war in Afghanistan, where the military in the US were of the view that they were operating on unfamiliar territory, and they described it as volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And so that is where the term VUCA comes from, and the strategic fraternity started borrowing more and more from this VUCA concept in the 90s, and it has been part of our strategic lexicon until 2020. In 2020, the COVID pandemic then created a new set of, let's call them words, to the lexicon. Firstly, indicating that one of the sources of humility from COVID-19 is that it taught many a leader, regardless of how many zeros you may have at the end of your bank balance, whether you're a billionaire, millionaire, or not, the key thing is that we all had to face up to the fact that we are brittle, we are breakable. That is what the first B of the BANI stands for. And therefore, it reintroduced humility in leadership. It reintroduced humility in the boardroom. Secondly, the A of the BANI is anxiety. During COVID-19, most would recall that you would find yourself, because people used to go to work in controlled numbers. If you were 500 or 100 or 200 in your work environment, in terms of the shifts that people took, you'd find that you're sitting next to a colleague today, and tomorrow they're not there. They're gone. They've passed on. And that engendered a sense of high anxiety in most corporates. And so at this point, let me start off by offering a definition of what is a leader. I borrowed this definition from Joel Barker, a US futurist who published some useful insights in 1999 under the theme of leadership as opposed to leadership. So shifts in leadership, leadership. And he offered a definition that a leader is someone you choose to follow to a place that you wouldn't go by yourself. And I'll repeat that. A leader is someone you choose to follow to a place that you wouldn't go by yourself. And the reason this is a person you would follow to a place that you wouldn't go by yourself is because of this VUCA bunny complexity and uncertainty. The N in the bunny stands for non-linear. And this is to remind us that decision-making in high complex environments is non-linear. In other words, you cannot extrapolate the past to predict the future. It has always been the case in any event during the VUCA environment, but the COVID-19 changed all business model. There's no business model in the world that was immune from being transformed by the pandemic. And therefore, so as we go through this environment, the I stands for incomprehensible. The COVID-19 introduced a phenomenon, again, of humility that most leaders need to have today. All of you sitting there in the room in that banqueting hall, one of the important lessons I can leave you with as leaders, whether you chair a board, whether you're a CEO of a company, whether you're a non-executive director, COVID-19 taught us it is important to learn to say, I don't know. Because when you begin to leverage the incomprehensible, the I in the bunny, and you get to say to the people you lead, I actually don't have the answers here, it allows you to leverage the room. It actually creates a bit of an equalizer in the room because you get to source knowledge and leverage the knowledge in the room and engender the thought that being an individual leader that people choose to follow doesn't always mean you've got all the answers. Sometimes the answers are elsewhere in the room. So I hope I've painted a good sense of point of departure for a rich conversation. At the bottom left of your screen, you should see this sticker called Polycrisis. So some of the trends that the chair was mentioning actually have been covered in an article from Harvard. The Harvard Business Review of January this year said this decade is a decade of polycrisis. In other words, there's just a prolific sense of too many crises occurring all at the same time, whether it's climate change, whether it's economic inequality across the world, whether it's the challenge of recovery from the pandemic. Most economies are just finding themselves dealing with a number of crises that are constantly hanging in midair. And so hopefully you will have your own fair share of your own polycrises, both in East Africa and in the country of Uganda. And therefore, the first thing that I can share with you as a tool for future proofing, because when we say we want to build boards of the future, in other words, we're asking how do we make boards future proof? And by extension, how do we make companies future proof? So future proofing or building boards of the future requires of us to appreciate the notion of an iceberg. Now, someone recently here in the South said to me, hang on, in the continent, we don't generally get icebergs, so we can't quite relate to the phenomenon of an iceberg. But I'm sure in your country and many countries of the continent, we are familiar with this notion of wisdom navigators. They used to sit by riverbanks with long sticks to help our people to cross big rivers like the Great Limpopo here in the south, ensuring that you don't mistake the back of a hippo or the back of a crocodile for a rock, And that is an equivalent of a tip of an iceberg. So we need to ensure that when we deal with challenges, when we seek solutions for the companies we lead, we don't always respond to issues at the events level, because then we're just seeing the tip of the problem. We're not seeing the deep patterns and the deep structures that give us the event. And so we need to embrace what is known generally as systems thinking, presented to us in the 90s in the field of change management by Peter Senge, that you've got to look at problems holistically and systemically, so that when you're solving challenges as a board, when you're solving challenges together with your executive colleagues, you have a checklist that ensures that you're able to see the interconnectivity between challenges. But most importantly, you don't focus just on the bit that doesn't work. You're able to solve the problem holistically. And finally, you're able to appreciate that everything connects to everything, and therefore you deal with root causes that give you the symptoms that you see. This further gets unpacked by another author, Kees van der Heerde, who published this pyramid and shows that as you unpack the events, the patterns, so the polycrises that I started with and the PESTA, beneath the surface, in terms of the context, in terms of the macro risks, these are the critical things you want to make sure that you have a risk plan on your board. It's the quality of information that you're receiving, firstly, as a board internally, and the quality of the information and how it tests out to the macro environment. Cultural, political, we just heard earlier the example of what has happened recently in Kenya. These are all cultural, political issues that were embedded beneath the surface and were bubbled by the trigger was the tax increases. But there will always be things that are bubbling beneath the surface that are just waiting for the right element from the polycrisis that triggers an event. And you need to try and find ways of tracking these as strategic key drivers to your business and ensuring that you anticipate them before they become a crisis. Because as the philosopher Heraclitus once taught, there's nothing permanent except change. And so you've got to constantly be resilient, anticipating this change to happen. So in that spirit of being resilient, if I failed to say anything to you this morning, here's an equation that helps boards, that helps leaders to anticipate change and to keep quality of conversation fresh as part of future-proofing your boardroom. Firstly, you've got to anticipate that and accept that the quality of assumptions that you make about the challenges that you face in a particular financial year, in a particular quarter, in a particular context as an organization, shapes the quality of conversations that you as the leaders of that organization will have, and in a very natural way entrenches the quality of your thinking. So it's important, therefore, that if you want to have a resilient board culture, if you want to have a resilient management culture, you must make sure that the room looks resilient. So you can't have a room full of men only. You can't have a room full of women only. You can't have a room full of baby boomers only. You've got to have a room that has the diversity that is requisite to the challenge at hand. And often we find that in South Africa, there's been a trend of directors that are so-called international directors, where you appoint directors from outside of your country and outside of your continent to ensure that you don't suffer insular thinking, so that they are able to share experiences from elsewhere in the continent, elsewhere in the world, and ensure that you enrich the quality of assumptions when you're solving problems, because then the quality of engagement will get richer and the quality of thinking will shape, and that's how paradigms are formed. To use a practical example, again, it might be a familiar example because it's been overused in many boardrooms. If you look at the lessons from Kodak, the chair was talking about technology earlier. Once upon a time, I was a partner in a strategy firm called Monitor Group, Today, it is part of the Deloitte company. It was acquired by Deloitte. It's now today known as Deloitte Monitor Group. Our partners out of Boston, Kodak, for instance, was one of the key clients, alongside clients like Procter & Gamble and others. The partners went to the CEO of Kodak to share with the CEO of Kodak that there's this thing called a cell phone. Those of you who used the Nokia 6510 in the mid-90s will remember that it was the first phone to have a camera. It had a little built-in knob that looked like a PlayStation knob in the front. And so they took it to the CEO of Kodak and they said, this thing, again, in the spirit of tracking trends, this thing is going to change how instant photography works. Because remember, Kodak used to dominate the market in terms of those cameras that produced instant photographs. You took a shot, for the Gen Zs that may not know in the room, you took a shot and you printed, you waited a few minutes, you would wave it in the air to dry out, and then before you know it, a picture would pop out. The CEO of Kodak actually chucked them out of his office and said to them, well, if you are here to draw more fees out of me, please note, I don't have fees to pay you. And only to regret this decision, because later today, the smartphone literally obliterated that instant photography market for Kodak. So the assumptions that you make about trends, the assumptions you make about things coming at your business outside in from the macro environment, the quality of conversations around those assumptions shapes the quality of conversation of your exco, of your board, and it entrenches the quality of thinking of the leadership and management of the company. And that equation is an equation that every boardroom must master if you want to build resilience, foster resilience, but most importantly, future-proof your decisions. The other key thing is that today you can't talk about governance without talking about sustainability. And so there's a field book that I would recommend you obtain for yourselves. I find that it's generally accessible through the global supply chains of the likes of Barnes & Noble and Amazon. The one thing that needs to really be dealt with depth of knowledge, not the examples of greenwashing that we were given earlier, is if you use the field book like the good country equation. The good country equation, the subtitle is How Can We Repair the World in One Generation, is the work of a credible thought leader known as Simon Arnold, who crafted his journey, started out as an advisor to a number of prime ministers of countries, and evolved something called the Good Country Index. You can look it up. And out of the Good Country Index, he's been publishing some really good field books. One of them is the Good Country Equation. So firstly, what the Good Country Equation unpacks is, if you are a company in Uganda, you must check first whether you want to be a company just that happens to be in Uganda, or you want to be a company XYZ of Uganda. And firstly, that helps you to unpack what it is that you serve the country on as a flag bearer of the nation's flag as a country coming from Uganda. So good corporate citizenship. Secondly, it says that as a country, you've got to name and celebrate in 6 dimensions various thought leaders that make Uganda, brand Uganda, respected by other country brands elsewhere in the world in terms of what it is that you're offering the world as your fair share of knowledge, of thought leadership, and of advancing the progress of society in the world. And then thirdly, it offers some index on what other countries are doing in terms of technological advancement and environmental sustainability. The chart on the right is the second thing that boardrooms must master. It's from 2 authors at Harvard, Strauss and Howe. William Strauss and Neil Howe have been tracking generational dynamics for the last 30 years. And in the US, they've tracked 19 generations from the first generation of the US society known as the Puritan to today, Gen Z, or the Homeland generation, born between 2005 and to be born in the future until 2025. And so it means next year we'll see a new definition emerge of a new generation after Gen Z. But in the economy, in the formal economy, in the workplace, the active generations still tend to be baby boomers. In your political system, it continues to be the case. Silent baby boomer dominance is visible in your politics, as it is visible in most African countries' political systems. And so I'm certain that in your boardrooms, there should be a number of Gen Xers, there should be millennials, and I'm sure there's a 19-year-old somewhere that is starting out a career, either as a first-year student at university or as a first employee being given on-the-job training. In fact, in the room right now, some of the people serving you may well be Gen Z homelanders who are 19 years of age. And so in boardrooms, it is important that we appreciate these different dynamics. And how do we do that? There's a tool called Accelerated Learning in the 21st Century. It's a book that comes from the field of neurolinguistic programming. It says to us, whether you come from Kampala or Johannesburg or Pretoria or Zurich or New York or London, we all speak one language as human beings called VACOG. And this can also interplay with the generations. VACOG, firstly, the V stands for visual. There are certain people that process and assimilate knowledge and information visually, as you are doing now with PowerPoints and the benefit of Zoom. You are assimilating this information and knowledge visually. So there are certain generations since birth that only know visual ways of receiving information. And there are certain generations like baby boomers, some Gen Xers, especially Gen Xers born between 1960 and 1970, would probably relate to when we used to have radio. So for generations of baby boomers, for generations of older Gen Xers, if I call brands like Tempest, Blaupunkt, hopefully you remember them. It used to be a nice ornament that sat in the corner of a living room or dining room somewhere. And it was important for news, for playing LPs, music LPs, vinyl records. And thirdly, it was an important area where everybody gathered to listen to stories. Until then, the broadcasting went offline. And so people who grew up with radio generally tend to be more auditory than they are visual. And so if you wonder as a parent who may be a baby boomer or an older Gen X, why you're constantly at loggerheads with your children for always being on their phones and for not being good listeners, is because you are auditory, you assimilate information through hearing, and they assimilate information through visual. The K is kinesthetic, it's touch and feel. Women folk are accused of being more kinesthetic than men because they are emotional beings. And so both gender and certain generations may tend to be more kinesthetic than others. O stands for olfactory. Olfactory is the sense of taste and smell. And so much older people, the older we get, the more likely we are to be olfactory because it's got to do with pedantic behavior. Some accountants are olfactory because often they're about rules and compliance. And so they can tend to be olfactory in their decision-making. Government institutions tend to follow the G, which is gastronomic. This is a procrastinating style of decision-making. Large organizations can be like that as well, where decisions take long because they have to use digestive words, like they have to percolate ideas. They have to, you go and make a proposal to them, they say, well, let us digest it, we'll come back to you. Or you make a proposal, say, yeah, we just need to chew a little bit on it, we'll come back to you. That's what you're doing there at the tables. You're being gastronomic. You are listening to me and chewing at the same time or digesting. So that's how different generations process knowledge. And so if you look at it, firstly, in terms of patterns of society, one of the books I would encourage you, I think it was the Mr. Ntulume who called us conventioners, who spoke about the need for networks, or was it the MC? I'm not sure. One of the two of them earlier this morning spoke about networks. So Atomic Habits is a book that I find quite useful for people to read in terms of how to figure out which useful habits work for success, firstly, but most importantly, which useful habits do you need to have to function as a productive, successful leader in the 21st century, given all the noise of digitization, social media, and a whole host of things. But what you need to appreciate there in the room as leaders is that in 1999, at the turn of the century, society shifted from the left, where it was a top-down society driven by homogeneity, to the right side, where society is a highly networked environment driven by personal networks. So if you want to thrive, you can't just hang out with people you grew up with in Kampala or in one of the villages in Uganda. People, for instance, will all tell you I'm on Facebook. Often I look at people's Facebook profiles. In fact, I'm busy developing a tool to analyze the demographics of people's Facebook profiles. You'll find that they hang out with the same people that they grew up with, the same people they went to school with, the same people they went to university with, and the same people that they're working with as colleagues. So there's no diversity in your networks. If you grew up in Kampala, you must have a friend from Cape Town, for instance. You must have a friend from Egypt. You must have a friend from Boston in the US, a friend from London. Have friends in the diaspora, because if you want to thrive and grow in the 21st century, it's an era of personal networks. It is the era of the individual. And therefore, to succeed, you've got to have that sense of relationship patterns. If we look at what I said earlier about VACOG, organizations tend to follow the VACOG model. You get, for instance, visual organizations. Easy examples to pick on would be Google, would be Microsoft, would be Apple. Organizations that are highly creative, and they tend to thrive on creative leadership because they have to develop new products all the time. Samsung, if you look at Korean companies, Hyundai, if you look at motor companies, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, all the German cars have become more and more visual. And those organizations tend to be strategically driven, visionary. They tend to be pioneering. And you'll find the dominant generations that lead the organizations tend to be Gen Xers, some baby boomers, especially at the CEO chair level. But you'll see lots of millennials walking around, and it's certainly very attractive to Gen Zs. You get auditory organizations. These are organizations that are technical in nature. And again, most auto companies fall into this characteristic. They are strategic, but they thrive on technical competence, or they compete technically, and therefore they require functional leadership to thrive. And so there you'll find them often, like one company I chatted previously, ArcelorMittal, led by the Mittal family, or if you look at Tata Steel, they tend to have silent generation founders, but in the main, the dominant culture is baby boomer. However, given where we are in society, they are now starting to attract more of Gen Xers and millennials. You find in banks, having been a director of a big bank for 12 years and ultimately chaired it for 2.5 years, banks are largely kinesthetic, because in banks, strategy is risk management. Banks are there to ensure that they manage risk so that they preserve liquidity. And therefore, they tend to be risk averse. They tend to be highly practical because compliance requires lots of pragmatism. They tend to be preserving because they have to preserve balance sheets, they have to preserve liquidity, and they have highly managerial leadership. Detail is strategy, or strategy is detail. Retail companies also thrive on detail, so they tend to be highly kinesthetic. And so there again, you'll find original traces of a silent baby boomer dominant culture, but you'll also find often lots of women in those businesses by the very fact that, as I said, women are more prone to be kinesthetic than men. Olfactory is often traditional companies, traditional organizations, and generally you find it more in arms manufacturers because they tend to attract people from the military, and military departments tend to be also olfactory because they're based on dictates. You know, if you're a corporal, you can't talk to the major. You have to talk through the sergeant. You have to talk through the sergeant major and then only get to the corporal. You can't just walk into the major general's office. You have to follow through chain of command. So where chain of command is important, where things are regimental, you tend to find that olfactory is the dominant way of decision-making. Then you get to gastronomic cultures, where you'll find that largely gastronomic cultures are government decision-making styles. As I indicated earlier, they tend to take long because there's high stakeholder volatility, and therefore there's a fear of stakeholder repercussions, and people take to be highly administrative in their approach, again, highly procedural and also highly hierarchical. If we look at the fact that we're Africans as we speak to each other this morning, I think it's important we also ask ourselves, where does African leadership feature in this context of future-proofing our boards? On the ESCOM board, in 2003, we did this survey, a leadership survey that emerged with a model that says the modern definition of African leadership is that it can be referred to as constellation leadership. So if you think back, I'm sure in Uganda you have a similar brand. In the southern cultures, we have a brand of African leadership known as Ubuntu, which is humaneness. And we often say, I'm human because you are. And so this means that when you act as an African leader, you act in the best interest of the broader best interests of the community. And so this means that as a leader, you don't just want to celebrate being the bright spark in the room, but you want to appreciate that you are a star in the galaxy, and that as a star, you want to make sure that as you shine bright, you make the galaxy shine bright. And how does it affect us? It affects us that as leaders, I find a lot of leaders, especially in the global space, you'll hear African leaders say, no, I'm the first African person to do this. I'm the first African person to chair this organization or to lead that organization. And often they get into those roles and they close the door behind them. They don't want more Africans to come in because they want to be the only star that shines. And so African leaders must appreciate that if you want to raise the African flag high, we must move from a premise that say, we lift as we rise. And ensure that, and this also happens when women break the glass ceiling. Often women want to be the only women that is in a certain role. I'm the only woman chairing boards. I'm the only woman CEO. Where are the other women? So pave the way for other Africans so that the galaxy as a whole can shine bright. You'll forgive me, colleagues and Madam Chair, I have to whisk through these slides quickly so that I don't run out of time. So in terms of resilience, the leading thought leaders that I follow on boards is the work defined by these two Harvard authors, David Nebler, Beverly, and the brother Mark Nedler. They have over the years been championing a model called building better boards. There's other leaders like Chamchuran and other leaders that are well respected, but I follow these ones because of this model that they present here in the middle, coming from, it started off being an article, it has now become this book called Building Better Boards. And so boards have to balance. You find 5 types of boards. On the far left, the least involved board is what we call a passive board. This is a board where you tend to come in, For the tea and the biscuits, you serve at the discretion of the CEO. The CEO tends to be very domineering. And so the engagement is very limited. It's really where boards just nod when they're looked at, they smile when they're looked at, but there's very little engagement. The second type of board is the certifying board. Often this can happen in state-owned entities. This can also happen in owner-managed businesses. Often entrepreneurs invite people to come to them to be a so-called advisory board. And so the certified board still operates largely because there's a dominant CEO who's also a shareholder. And so they tend to take cue from the management, and then they only put a stamp of authority on what is engaged. Then there's the middle board, known as the engaged board. So it balances both the best of being most involved and also the issues of being least interfering in terms of least involved. The engaged board is the best place to be for boards, where you're engaged, where the CEO knows that they're going to be subjected to robust engagement together with their management. The board constantly understands the business. They tease out the technical issues. They ensure that there's high quality of conversation, high quality of engagement, and that way companies thrive like that. Then the scale can tilt to the far right, where the board is too involved and it becomes an intervening board. Again, you see it in SOCs where a politician puts a board to go and secure the interests of the government of the day. And there you'll find that they stifle management and they tend to have a governance overreach. Then you find the operating board. The operating board is where the board of directors, together with management, are all shareholders in the business, or they have a controlling interest. Private equity boards tend to be operating boards because there's a lot of capital at stake, and therefore there's an intense 5-year period aimed at a certain exit point against earnings projections. So what are the tools then? As I start drawing to a conclusion, let me share some tools that you can use to future-proof your boards. Firstly, you need to constantly, relative to the VACOG, constantly survey your board on a 360-degree basis and ask yourself, what type of archetypes are we? Are we a baby boomer-dominated culture? Are we a Gen X-dominated culture? And understand which generational preferences dictate or shape your corporate culture. Because remember, the notion that culture eats strategy for lunch. If you've got a dysfunctional culture and you have the best strategy, you're not going to win. That dysfunctional culture is going to eat your strategy for lunch. If you've got a resilient culture, that culture can only enhance your strategy and become an asset. And so you need to make sure that you do so and check out your competitors. Check out how you're faring against your competitors. Understand media platforms and how they impact or disrupt your corporational journey. We heard earlier about cyber risk. That's part of how technology can be a disruptor. What information do you need to gather from communities? Because you need to serve communities as well and be a good citizen for communities. And most importantly, customers. Reputation is the other area that you must also have a tool set in, where you look at how you track versus two things, creating shareholder value versus creating stakeholder value. The best interest companies that are future-proof in the 21st century, they operate in the total best interest of stakeholders, not just shareholders. And so you need to make sure that you have, again, a survey that answers these questions. There's a woman that I hold in high regard. Maybe the women in the room may know her. Her name is Alice Walker. She is a well-renowned feminist in the US. She wrote a book saying that if you want to break the glass ceiling, don't wait for anybody else. You must know that you are there because the glass ceiling was waiting for you to arrive. And so she published this book entitled, We're the Ones We've Been Waiting For. So as leaders in governance, if you want to future-proof the business, know that the reason you're on that board, the board was waiting for you to arrive. You are the one that board was waiting for to help them turn around. And so in terms of building resilience, these are some of the questions you can look at. Trade unions. How do you relate to trade unions? How do you relate to media editors? How do they normally criticize you or compliment you? The smart tweak here is that you need to learn to admire your competitors rather than just see them as the enemy. Always ask, what can I learn from my competitors? And again, lastly, look at how as areas where you erode shareholder value and stakeholder value, and look at how you resolve these to model good corporate citizenship. Of all the topics I've covered on governance, we spoke about sustainability. I'm sure you've got some programs on the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. The one tool I can flag here in the interest of time, I'm about to run out of time, is this book by Rita Gunther McGrath. She published it 3 years ago or so, 4 years ago, before COVID, entitled The End of Competitive Advantage. You must know as a board that you need to keep your strategy evolving and moving faster than your competitors. There's this so-called sweet spot. Don't find a sweet spot and feel now I'm in a sweet spot, I'm invincible. Companies are not invincible. There's constant changing, as we said earlier, there's polycrises. So you've got to constantly be guarded against complacency. At the beginning, I promised to engage on this notion of kleptocracy. Governments all over the world are becoming less and less, sadly, about the best interests of the people. They are crowing down to the power of kleptocrats because that is the people who fund their campaigns as political leaders to get into government. And sadly, when they're in government, there's this tussle between the best interest, what the funders want as kleptocrats, and often it compromises the best interest. So some of you may remember a while ago, a leader in the US went into the Middle East to go and search the so-called weapons of mass destruction. It was largely at the behest of the kleptocrats from the oil industry because there were certain interests that were in pursuit there. And as we all know, those weapons of mass destruction were never found. Instead, that government or those kleptocrats found new oil interests to pursue. So colleagues, as board directors, you've got to learn also from the words of Bernard Shaw. And to the women in the room, I'm sorry. I think when Mr. Shaw wrote this in the 1600s, there was very little thought about women's role in society and in business. He wrote and said, so we can replace man with person. The reasonable person adapts themselves to the world. So, right, that's supposed to be good. However, he says, there's another perspective. The unreasonable person persists in trying to adapt the world to themselves. And so rather than be the reasonable person, and I'm not saying go out and create conflict as directors, but I'm saying you've got to raise the uncomfortable issues because all progress depends on you as a non-executive director that operates and leads like the unreasonable person. What does the unreasonable person want? They want the best interests to be served. They want the best performance, high performance, and ensure that we don't sit on our laurels and become complacent. So remember what I said earlier, relationship patterns have shifted, so make sure that you shift with them and make sure that your cooperation shifts with them, because that way you build better, resilient boards and companies. Remember, competitive advantage is temporary, and so it's not something that you hold on to permanently. When all is said and done, remember that there's no point being this tough leader that fails to care for the people that you lead. The bunny phenomenon of COVID reminded us with that slide there in the center, that we are tender and fierce, yet we are soft and strong. And COVID reminded us that we are fragile, yet we need to be courageous. And sometimes you'll find that you experience all these emotions in one day. And so may I wish you well on this quest as you look to foster better corporate governance and future-proof your companies. Thank you very much.
Members of the first panel, so that we can touch on some of the areas that P has challenged us to. I invite Sylvia, Ms. Sylvia Mulinge, the CEO of MTN Uganda. Dr. Winifred Tarinyeba Kiriawire, the chair of the board of DFCU Bank. Asad Lukwago is a partner at KPMG. Ms. Susan Sibirwa is the managing director of Nation Media Group. And last but not least, Sanjay Rugani, the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank in Uganda. So, Mpo, are you still on the line by any chance?
Yes, I am. I am,
Okay.
Chair.
All right. So we are going to have a panel discussion on listings, and I know from your profile you had experience with listings. But the question that I would like to pick up from everything you've shared is on the role of the board serving a company which is a political animal. How does a company and a board, for that matter, navigate the tension between independence, between being people of commerce, but also being a citizen in a political environment? What would your thoughts be on that before we get into the detailed discussion?
Chair, in the South African experience, state-owned entities have what is referred to as a shareholder compact. And the shareholder compact lists a number of, there's a matrix of developmental deliverables in terms of delivering to the needs of society. And then there's a matrix of commercial deliverables. And so the notion of a shareholder compact has now evolved in a few other markets where it is becoming the necessary tool to balance commercial interests and socio-political deliverables being accountable to government. Also in the South African experience and also in the Singapore experience, you've got companies like Telkom South Africa and a few other state-owned entities there, where you find that a state-owned entity is also listed on the stock exchange. So for instance, Telkom has got shareholders coming from the Far East, as well as shareholders in South Africa, being the South African government, which is just about 21% shareholder. And you get market players also buying shares in that state-owned entity. So you can get those two types of hybrid situations where a state-owned entity is listed as well as operating under minority ownership of government, or you get a fully owned state-owned entity owned by the state, but driven by a shareholder compact that articulates the balance between what EBITDA, profitability, and other ratios you must deliver to the fiscus, while at the same time you advance the developmental agenda. I hope that answers it, Chair.
Morning, everyone. If I had to give $1 or Uganda shilling for each time I'm asked about the headlines these days, I would be a very rich woman. Or I'd be a very poor one at the same time, depending on who's asking. So maybe I'll start with the second one, because at Monitor Publications, we have an editorial board committee, and their role is just to ensure that we adhere to the editorial policy. We have a regional editorial policy. But the day-to-day operations, we will get the occasional call if the powers that be call maybe our board chair. And then, those calls will trickle down to me. And then we'll see how to handle particular concerns. But as it is, we love to say that we're a bunch of independent thinkers. And so that independence therefore means that even the board role in what happens, we have to ensure that it doesn't interfere with that independent thinking and the content that is produced by our teams. So in terms of navigating the times that we are in, and I loved the previous presentation when you're looking at how the Kodak CEO threw out this digital camera innovation. And so for us right now, the role of the board is to ensure that we're able to move into that, we're able to adapt to the times. I think the key word is adapt. The key word is to adapt to the times and ensure that our digital strategy is actually implemented the way it's supposed to be implemented across the region, and therefore so that we remain relevant to our times. So in that, they have to support us by way of investment, because we are a legacy media company, and legacy media companies means that you've got to overhaul the investments that you have and start fresh investments. So supporting us in releasing funds to be able to do that is one of the key roles that the board plays. But also tracking our progress on our KPIs is absolutely important as well.
Thanks, Susan. And how do you sort of then balance between the need to overhaul, if you like, the legacy, at the same time continue delivering returns to your shareholders? How do you strike the balance as a board?
Well, it's a tightrope. It actually is a tightrope, because there is still a case for legacy media, but then the drive towards the digital sphere is those voices are even louder. So our KPIs are balanced between the two, and so that's how we have a 50-50%. And so at a certain point, it's to ask ourselves, in terms of, so we have to review our strategic priorities every quarter to see how far we are going on the digital journey, but then at the same time, that the legacy media is still delivering, especially on the financial results. And above all, even because our mission at a Nation Media Group is to positively impact society. And much as we are called the bad, evil people, but our role is to positively impact society. Now, of course, that is where the previous speaker, I won't try to pronounce his name, was talking about the balancing between commercial interests and then the social political interests. And so for us, the pressure on the social political interests, it increases by the day. And it impacts, obviously, our commercial interests, because even around this room, there will be CEOs and different directors who you will get the call, and you wrote this about us. We are canceling our advertising. You know, that is, so on top of the government interest, we've got even people around this table. Susan, this story, we are canceling our advertising. And then you look at advertising, walk out the door, at the same time government is saying, we're not going to advertise because you keep writing bad about us. So we're really then at that point where you're like, okay, what is our mandate as a media house? What is our mandate? And so sometimes you want the board to understand that we are going to lose money, the commercial interests, and that will be because our mandate to positively impact society, we have to fulfill that. So we will lose money, and we're prepared to do that. And I'm looking at all these CEOs looking at me like, yeah. We are prepared to do that because that's our mandate. Truth every day. And of course, we have to also, the board always tells us to shine the torch on ourselves internally as well, to make sure that we're walking the talk as a company as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. CEOs, please stop calling Susan. But I think he did mention in one of the images, one of them about reputation, that the effort shouldn't be so much about dealing with the negative, but actually building the positive. So I think that's a challenge that came out of some of the things he mentioned. But I'll come back to you, Susan, later, if time allows, on the question of ethical conduct. Truth every day, is that a greenwashing term, or is it really truth every day? But we'll come back to you. Sanjay, Susan mentioned something about independence the independence of the board. And I look at you within the context of this large group in which you operate, I don't know, London, Singapore, and all of that, listed somewhere else, locally domiciled, licensed locally. What is the role of the board in building that culture of independence? And is independence of the board, in your context, relevant, in fact?
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, we do need to say that Mpo did a fantastic master class to all of us. It was brilliant, and we learned a lot. And it's such a privilege to sit amongst peers who I really admire. I know we were talking about, so just to give you a background, you all know me as a banker, but I'm also, before becoming a banker, I was in the stock market in India, dealing with 7,000 stocks. And then I moved to Tanzania because the Tanzania stock market started. And I was very involved in listing 2 companies there. So my understanding of board has been very much from a governance perspective from 7,000 companies and of course the stock market. So as you now talk about the bank, I think the scope has kind of become a little bit smaller even though we are very global. But the demands on the board of directors have become much more bigger. And being very involved in corporate governance myself, you know, I can only tell you that lead should continue to lead the way, because I would fairly say that about 70% of our boards, particularly in our part of, you know, sub-Saharan Africa, need a lot of retooling. And I think we learned quite a bit in the morning session. Board independence. Every organization needs independence. It is the sounding board with which we look at things from a perspective of transparency, integrity, long-term, creating purpose and impact. All those are very, very crucial. Building independence requires a lot of determination. It requires, and I was so happy Mpo talked about the different types of boards, because there are those boards that are just simply compliance boards. You bring in 5 friends, you sit together, you have a good conversation, sign documents, and close out. Independence requires you to have the right kind of board members. You need to have the desire to be challenged. You need to bring in the right kind of competency. You know, so in Standard Chartered Bank, you'll see that you don't choose the favorites. If anything, you choose the critics and those who can really deepen the conversation because they are subject matter experts. Independence also requires that you bring in diverse perspectives. That means you bring individuals who have diverse skills. Some of us are very good with HR, some of us are very good with accounting, some of us are very good with compliance. So you've got to think about the right balance. Independence also requires you to be able to both nurture management, particularly the CEO, but also challenge. Remember, the day-to-day operations are much more about making profits today. You know, and independence requires us to think about the whole world from a long-term perspective. It's long-term value creation which is critical. The way you nurture good independence is also through evaluation, you know, doing an annual evaluation, because it kind of outlines, you know, that have we really managed the mandate of the board. Independence also requires you to be relevant. And I think Mpo spoke about this, which means you have to understand the leadership required in the 21st century. Things like cyber security, things like, you know, what Susan does, you know, this whole social media blow-ups, you have to be able to manage them. You know, things like greenwashing, you know, so much more about sustainability. So independence requires you to nurture the board also. And in all this, you need to have a great board chair. You know, the role cannot be underemphasized. I also want to salute companies that, you know, are listed in Uganda, because the demand on independence has really grown, has a multiplier effect in that context. So I would say this is what boards do when it comes to independence.
Thank you, Sanjay. And I like what you say as a CEO, the role of the board, the importance of independence. One of the things I said when I shared my remarks, what I am seeing is situations of abdicating, the board trusting the CEO too much and not really doing its part. As a CEO, who is often probably involved in selecting board members, how do you ensure that you get a board that is strong enough to counter your impact as a CEO?
I think if the CEO is looking for an easy board, that's the fastest way to fail. I can tell you this, that the role of the CEO is to find a board that is going to not only nurture the CEO, but also to challenge the CEO. Remember, the board's role is to set strategy. Imagine if you had 6, 7, 8 good brains in one room and you define strategy rather than the CEO define strategy. You know, that is so powerful and so impactful. Imagine the board is the one that many times opens or unlocks potential, gives you the right understanding of, because they are subject matter experts, but also gives you the understanding of networks. We talked about that in the 21st century, relationships are so critical. So for the CEO, having the right board members who have the right relations, and here we're talking about long-term professional relationships, not just the short-term ones, is super critical. So I think the CEO strength is actually, and brand is defined by the board they have. You need to find those people who are going to elevate your personal brand also. The CEO also needs to make sure that you get advice. Remember, we are all in a, I have personally had to hire a few board members in Uganda, and I use, I use a few corporate governance friends, I send messages, because you are hiring reputation and professionalism. And the CEO has to put a lot of effort to make sure the due diligence is of the highest quality that can be done. I think the CEO also has to be aware that there are a lot of regulatory requirements. So, if you think about banking sector or telco sector, Sylvia will tell you, the depth of the regulatory requirement is just so onerous. So you've got to find the caliber of the board members who can actually understand the regulations and can stand firmly to support it. So the CEO's role in terms of hiring the board is really complex. It's not easy. But the best thing the CEO should do is to just make sure that they are not comfortable in the boardroom. That's the best way to win.
Great. So if you're comfortable in the boardroom as a CEO, look around and see whether you have the right board members. But that's an interesting topic because recently there's been that debate in the US about Elon Musk's compensation.
Correct.
And we've seen a court of law strike it down because they say the board is too friendly with the CEO. And so the court is looking at it from its own lens and saying, these are his friends. No wonder they're paying him what they need to pay him. So it's an interesting balance. He says they are independent. They say they are independent, but the court has a different view. But anyway, you mentioned Sylvia, and earlier you sympathized with listed companies in Uganda. So coming to you, Sylvia, recently listed, tell us, how has the journey been since you've been listed?
I'm not sure Sanjay was sympathizing. I think he was more of empathizing, which create different emotions, right? But I think the journey has been interesting. What happened, MTN has been in Uganda for the last 25 years. And if you're an MTN customer, thank you very much for being our customer. Sanjay, I'm your customer.
Love you. Thank you.
All right. When we renewed our license in 2020, it came with a listing obligation. Previously, MTN was fully owned by MTN Group. What the government of Uganda sought to do was to say they wanted the Ugandans to also participate in the company's success because essentially it is Ugandans who have built MTN Uganda to be the company that it is. And obviously, when you hear about a listing or a localization requirement, it's not necessarily something that is easy. It involves a lot of work. The work started in 2020. We did the initial public offer in 2021. And a few weeks back, we were able to finalize on the localization obligation. And today, 20% of MTN is owned by Ugandans. NSSF has about 11%, representing, and we have about 20,000 or so retail investors, as well as other investors who have actually come in to participate in the ownership of the company. So I think where it all starts off when you get such a requirement is, first of all, the board. You know, you can choose as a board. Do you want to embrace this and see the why of this? What is the benefit that it's going to bring into your organization? Or do you want to go through it, you know, mumbling, complaining, and saying that it doesn't benefit? And I think what happened in MTN Uganda was just understanding the why. Simon Sinek taught us all that once we understand the why, we are able to elevate and create the necessary positive energy across all the different participants or actors in the ecosystem to deliver the outcome that you want. So for us, the why was very strong, driving the localization agenda, getting Ugandans and the wider East Africans to actually come and participate in the company that they were building. That drove the right motivation. Now, when you think about listing obligation, it's a significant financial transaction. And when you go through all the details that need to be put in place, one of the things that you realize, and where I now think the role of the board then becomes very important, is how do you manage all the internal and external stakeholders. First of all, you have your existing shareholders who have a view, who have been participating in the company, and they want to make sure that their interests are not compromised. You have new investors who are coming in, be they retail investors. When we did the initial IPO, the company staff went across the country, engaging Ugandans in terms of understanding what does it mean to participate in owning a share of this company. People understood it differently. I remember the first time the AGM, our first AGM was held, we thought we would have about 200 or 300 people turning up. I think by the time we stopped counting, we had over 5,000 people who had pitched up from across Uganda, who had come to the MTN gates, thinking that in the first AGM, they were actually going to come and cash in on what they had actually invested. So there's a lot of literacy work that has to be done in terms of raising the water level, in understanding what does a listing obligation entail, especially to your retail community, which is on one extreme. And then on the other extreme, you have other stakeholders who are your institutional investors, your professional investors, who are normally come in with a very cold-blooded, almost kind of analytical approach. They have very significant demands that they want to make, and sometimes can choose to be difficult. So balancing that extreme, the two extremes then becomes very important. At the same time, as a board, you also realize that you're operating in a regulated environment. Here we have the Uganda Securities Exchange, we have the Capital Markets Authority. So what are their policies? What are their expectations? You can't wish them away. You have to be able to deliver this obligation that has been given to you within that environment. And therefore you realize that the role of a board, first of all, when you get this requirement, is first of all educate yourself on what are the details, the academic, the technical aspects of it, but also understand that there are very many players that are within the ecosystem, and therefore how do you manage them all to be able to deliver the outcome. So it has been an interesting journey. I think for us in MTN, I participated in the conversations that were happening around the secondary offer, because I was not here in the initial public offer, and balancing all the different stakeholder interests, making sure that at the end of the day, we are all driving towards the outcome that had been achieved, getting the board support in terms of getting the counsel that is required to drive us to that outcome, then helps you realize the reason why, as a CEO, the role of the board is there. There are things that needed unlocking. There are times that we find ourselves in certain dilemmas that needed to be resolved, probably sometimes arising from different perspectives of understanding of the different participants who are in this transaction, but driving that to the outcome we were able to achieve where we got about 230% subscription and 130% oversubscription, I think is something that we're really proud of as a management team. And thank our board, of which Winnie is one of our board members, for driving us to that outcome.
Thank you, Sylvia. Purely coincidental that they're sitting together. But I think one of the things that Sylvia mentions is about accountability, transparency. I remember that prospectus was more than 200 pages, and there was a discussion about who is actually going to read this prospectus. But beyond that, Sylvia, MTN is listed in Uganda, but it's part of a listed group in South Africa. How do you as a board navigate the dynamic, in a sense, operating within a dual listing environment? How does that work? How easy is it? What support do you get?
Not easy. I can tell you, there's, especially because we are listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, there are probably some, a lot more stringent and rigorous requirements that we have to observe that probably would be a lot more accommodated locally. And therefore, balancing the two is not necessarily very, it's not an easy job. But is it John F. Kennedy who said, we don't do these things because they're easy, we choose to do them because they're hard. That's why we chose to go to the moon. So I guess the key thing is just to make sure that you first of all enable and equip yourself with all the capacity that is required in terms of your people, the resources, getting the right advisors. We had advisors who are advising us from a tax perspective, a legal perspective. So making sure you have your transaction advisors. So bringing the capacity into the room, which, because as a CEO, or even I dare say even as a board, you probably do not know all the T's you need to cross, or all the I's that you need to dot. So bringing that capacity in terms of enabling yourself by having the right professionals in the conversation is critical. And then also the other thing that you then have to ask yourself is, what is the culture that you have built as an organization? We do not become transparent or accountable because that is what the law requires us to. We become transparent and accountable because that is how we live. As leaders, we are always being watched, and especially in such transactions, there are many faceless people who may not necessarily be in the room, who are watching you quietly, and probably many more others who are also judging you quietly at the same time. And they're just waiting probably for you to trip. And as you rightly called out, Gertrude, when you make that error, you're judged in the public space, especially today, or social media, and sometimes you don't even have time to kind of defend yourself, and it therefore becomes critical that the culture of the company, the tone that is set at the top by the board, is one that is transparent. Transparent means we are making visible the transaction. We are making sure that everything that needs to be availed from the time you begin the approval process all the way to the execution of the transaction is available and is visible. And I think if you live with that, then it makes it a lot easier. But also being very clear to all the actors in the transaction that there's also consequence management. And I mean, there's consequences to everything that we take. For every action, there's a reaction. And I think that's one of the things as a board we just have to be really alive to, that the decisions that we make also burden us with a fiduciary responsibility. And by not adhering to that, if you're part of the archetypes that were defined by our previous speaker, where you're a passive board, you're not an engaged board, you may expose yourself and your organization to consequences that are not necessary just because of that lack of transparency and accountability. So I think one of the things we need to be clear of, accountability also comes with real consequences. How are we managing for the consequences and the outcomes that we want to achieve? Which should be a critical question that the board asks itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Moving on to Winnie. The topic of subsidiary governance is an interesting one. DFCU is a DFCU Bank, whose board you chair, is a subsidiary of a listed company. from an outsider's perspective, the bank seems to be greater than the listed company. How do you govern a subsidiary in a way that does not take away from the importance of the listed company?
Okay, maybe I should start with how we get into this situation where you have the subsidiary and the holding company and so on. So the three people here, you talked about CEOs. The businesses that they run all started out small, offering perhaps a niche, one or two products to their customers, and then eventually they grow. We need to do more. You can't decide as an entity that you're going to do it all under one organization, or you create multiple entities. The ultimate objective is to deliver value for your customers. And I think both yourself and the former speaker, pointed to these economic circumstances in which we live, a lot of uncertainty. One value driver may not be sufficient or sustainable in the long run. So some organizations will create holding company structures to be able to do that. So in the case of DFCU, the bank is the subsidiary of DFCU Limited, and DFCU Limited is the listed entity, and this year it's been 20 years since that listing happened. So Sylvia is a kid on one hand, and DFCU is a big
sitting
brother
in the right
or,
place.
Oh yes, or big sister, or whatever it is. And both are interesting because the value driver for the listed entity is also a regulated entity, okay? You've heard people speak about, I think it was Sanjay, heavy regulation. The subsidiary, in many ways, in this case, behaves like a listed entity because you have to comply with bank and all these requirements, but we also find ourselves complying with the listing requirements in some way. For example, most banks, like Sanjay here, doesn't publish half-year results, but we have to do so as DFCU because we are part of an entity that is required to do so. Now, I think the issue you talked about is you sort of have this small entity here. It's the big driver of this other one who is supposed to be big and listed, but the value to the shareholder comes from here. So who calls the shots, I guess, is the question you are asking. And that's something that's a little tricky to navigate. You've got to, first of all, understand the roles of each party. So we drive value. If we don't, if our profits go down, if we have high MPLs, the subsidiary, I keep telling people, the temperature of the holding company goes up. They call the CEO, why is this happening? If you watched our AGM, all the questions at the AGM were about the bank, okay? So it's about trying to identify the roles and responsibilities of each, but more importantly, I think it was mentioned by perhaps somebody else on the panel, maybe Sanjay, that the stakeholders, the key people behind these entities, the chairs, understanding their roles and also where one, if the other one understands we have shareholders, public shareholders, we're accountable to them. I am primarily accountable to the central bank, and so we manage those aspects of our roles. It is important for both of us, myself and the chair, and I have to tell you that the public often confuse us. So recently the chair of the subsidiary was reappointed, and people thanked me and said, so you have finished your term? And I had to explain that actually I'm still here. But nevertheless, we have to sit and make sure that our messaging, our engagements with the shareholders, there's a lot of alignment and consistency. It's difficult to navigate those aspects because sometimes the thinking of creating this whole entity starts in the subsidiary, and sometimes the people in the listed entity have come from the subsidiary, and so letting go or even allowing the subsidiary to run and do more, it can be difficult navigating those parts. But it all comes back to we are individuals. We need to sit down and ensure that we are communicating the same messages, and more importantly, dealing with our stakeholders in an open, transparent, but also consistent. Key aspect is to deliver consistent messages to our key stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winnie. So one of the things that I take away from what you've said is the importance of alignment between the holding company and the subsidiary, but also crucially at the board level. You know, the holding company board cannot be singing off key from what the subsidiary is talking about. So maybe just a little bit on succession planning. I did mention in my remarks the importance of succession planning at boards and the importance of avoiding recycling and repurposing existing board members. Just briefly tell us about your experience in DFCU on building a succession pipeline for board members. How is that done? What lessons can we learn? And how can LEAD support?
Okay, so the two entities, we are part of the same family, but the two entities are different. And so the skill in doing succession planning, you've got to understand that the skill set required is different. In the boardroom and also in the holding company. Now, irrespective of that, of the organization, any board will have at least 3 categories of shareholders. Executive shareholders like Sylvia here, and non-execs who may be drawn from the group, as well as independent directors. The succession planning for each of those differs. If I'm thinking about the executive successor, I'm thinking about people with the skills, like Sylvia, who is an executive, but also perhaps something better, to run the business and the executives within the boardroom. If I'm thinking about non-executive directors, it is also something else that you have to think about, because those are drawn from certain circles. Then you're thinking about independent directors. They serve particular functions within organizations, but they also bring specific skills to the organization. You've got to go back to the committees as well. If you think of committees like audit, we need a specific skill. So the current audit chair, you'll go to ask the question. They've been around for a while. We start to say from corporate governance standards, 9 years, they drop off, they lose their independence. So what do I have in the pipeline in terms of the composition of the audit committee of somebody to take over? The ideal is that you don't wait for the audit chair to run out and then you start looking for an audit chair. You need somebody who's been around, understood the issues audit committee is dealing with, and then you plan for that exit. In life, we tend to put that on paper, but sometimes people don't serve out their full terms. And so your succession plan can be disrupted anytime in the process, including with the executives. So you've got to always bear this in mind and then say, who do I bring on board? We also heard from the speaker, Mpo, and you also talked about it, VUCA. You know, organizations are changing, our environments are changing. Then you have to think, what skill do we need to navigate through these uncertainties? So that also then forms part of the skill that you look out for. The unfortunate thing is that boards never have to have directors in waiting. So I can't come to LEAD and say, identify for me 3 people in 6 years' time, I have independents who will be falling off my board. I might be also one of those. No, you don't do that. You come to to LEAD closer to the time. And sometimes you need somebody to lead the technology committee or to lead this committee, so you come to LEAD with a specific skill. But as chair, you're always on the lookout because you know you will need people. So in these engagements, you meet people and you start having conversations and to try and ascertain whether these are actually people who can come to your board. So it's a couple of things that you have to put together to deal with succession planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. So I think you've also touched on an important point. You have your people in-house, you have your pipeline of directors who are already serving, but you're also sniffing the environment to see who else is there. Last but not least on the panel, before I bring the audience into it, Asad, coming back to the topic of transparency and accountability, and advisors, I think Sylvia mentioned the importance of advisors. One of the advisors in a typical listing is the reporting accountant. And KPMG has been a reporting accountant in many IPOs. But also globally, there are questions about the independence of advisors and whether and who audits the auditor. So talk to us about two things. One, how do we get comfort that these advisors, these reporting accountants that are writing 100 pages in a prospectus are actually telling us the truth? But also, for people like Fabian in the room, what questions should a board be having when they are contemplating listing?
Thank you so much, Gertrude. Morning, directors and CEOs. I'm going to take those questions with two hearts. I've been on a KPMG board, KPMG East Africa board. We nominate amongst ourselves as partners. So I'll answer the questions from a perspective of a board person. But then I've also been an auditor and attended many boards and AGMs of listed companies, both here in Uganda and also in the UK. So I will also have that perspective to the questions. So to the question of the key considerations for listings, I think I will start with that one. You touched up one on advisors, but let me start with the key consideration for listings. The ultimate nightmare for any board member, if you're going into a listing, ultimate nightmare is 15, 20 years down the line is for you to delist that company or for the entity to go bankrupt. That's the ultimate nightmare for any board member, because as me as an auditor as well, it's the ultimate nightmare when you are the auditor of such an entity. Now, typically what you find, so to me the question that we need to ask ourselves as boards, are you ready to walk that journey and do not run the company into a brick wall 15, 20 years down the line? And what are the key considerations that you have to consider? Of course, Sylvia, we talked about the journey that they've gone through, and to me, those are the key considerations. One has to anticipate those steps and work towards them. So when a company goes bust, typically, what you would find the headline reading is where were the auditors? So that's what Susan would write. Where were the auditors when the company is delisting or going bankrupt? And whenever I'm reading that, in my head, I'm always asking myself, where was the board? So can we reach an agreement, Susan? Going for any new scandal that happens, the headline should say, where was the board? And to me, that is where the message I want to pass on is. The primary responsibility when you're going into listing to ensure that you don't get into that brick wall, the primary responsibility is in the hands of the board. One, we need to consider the purpose of listing. Typically, when entities are going into listing, apart from what we've had about the regulation that required MTN to list, but many other companies are listing because they are looking for capital, patient long-term capital, and they don't anticipate many other responsibilities that come along with that capital. So the why that Sylvia talked about of listing has to be very well defined. So beyond raising capital, you have to appreciate that you're going to be faced with a myriad of many other stakeholders who have so many various demands which may be beyond just returns. And therefore, you have to be ready for that journey. For the AGMs that have sat in, for example, for listed companies, especially the ones that provide public utilities or public services, you get surprised. The 5,000, Sylvia said about the 5,000 members who came to the AGM, I presume the year before, probably the AGM had like 4 or 5 people. Now you have 5,000. Are you ready for that as a board to go into that? Now, when those 5,000 come, Sylvia didn't tell you what they asked. Typically, it's nothing to do even return performance of the entity. Sometimes they ask questions of a customer, but they are at an AGM, and unfortunately, you have to answer them when you're the chairman of the board. You have to answer them and have to be patient with them. So you have to be ready for that. So the overall purpose of listing has to be defined and has to be wider. So you don't go into listing thinking you're just raising capital. Then you have to be ready for the caliber of institutional investors and the demands that they come along with. These are very, very well informed. As Sylvia talked about, they are more methodical, look at KPIs and returns and everything. So you have to be ready with the demands that they come along with, not only on the earnings, which of course that would be relentless forever. They will always demand a return. But also, there are other specifics that they would demand. For example, brand association. If you do anything as an organization that might spook an investor to not want to be associated with you, they can easily pull out of holding your stock. And what would that mean to your value of the entity? So you have to be ready for that caliber of investors and what it means to you. And then, of course, the corporate purpose as a whole, as an entity. When you're faced with responsibilities, for example, you have to be ready for media presentations. Your AGMs have to be public. And therefore, your corporate purpose and responsibility has to be wider and very well defined to cover that. So overall, I think there's a lot, of course, regulations you have to consider, the innovation as well. Innovation is very important. I may not say much about it, but you get to situations where if you are doing the old usual thing, the entity can easily run out of steam, and the demands of the capital markets, you may not be able to be ready for that. So I'll quote one or two, allow me, former CEOs of listed entities that went bust, and some of the words they said, which to me captivated me. The first one was the CEO of Lehman Brothers, when he was on handcuffs, when in 2010 or so, when he was on handcuffs being taken to jail after the credit crunch and the entity had collapsed. A journalist shoved a mic through a crowd into his mouth and asked him one last word before he goes. And he said, actually, he was gracious enough to answer. And he said that I spent 20 years climbing up the ladder and only to reach the top and realize that the ladder was on the wrong wall. To me, that statement was so captivating. And it's important when you're going public to be ready for the ultimate, well, not to be ready for that, avoid that. And then the other I want to quote is the Royal Bank of Scotland, at the time when it needed a huge bailout from the UK government. They actually, this time people asked the right questions. Where was the board? And then the head of compliance said, I kept telling people that the instruments in which we're investing are risky. But because it was working, no one was listening. So to me, when you're going into listing, you have to realize that the returns and the demands of the institutional investors and everything should not take you off and get into the Lehman Brothers or the RBC scenarios. So allow me to first stop at that for now. Thank you.
When it is working, you know, the what, it is working. But the board should also ask, how is it working? Because that's where the ethical questions come in. That is where the how really comes in. Assad has challenged us to a debate. We might probably have a poll to give Susan her next headline, because unfortunately, corporate failures happen all the time. So what should Susan's headline be? Where were the auditors, or where were the directors? And where we say where were the auditors, I think the question is, did the board abdicate its responsibility to pay attention and ask the auditors? I know we have very limited time for audience questions. I know Mpo needs to leave, but I wanted to give an opportunity maybe for 1, 2, 3 questions. I know my panelists also have to run to other important nation-building activities. So any questions or comments, very briefly, your name, and please say who you want to answer that question. Mpo needs to leave, so he has, I think, 5 minutes. If I were you, I would take the first opportunity to ask him a question before he leaves. And Deo, maybe you can have this mic. Anyone? Don't be shy.
I have a hand.
Yes,
here we go.
Go ahead.
Bainaman Bernard Bampire is my name, CEO, Uganda Premier League. Actually, mine is not a question, but it's an appreciation. I can see it is now between the board and the CEO and the company in general. So as a CEO who is working on the board, I'm learning a lot. And all these that are being said, I am seeing them. They are happening. So to me, as a CEO, this convention is worth attending, and I thank the people behind this arrangement. It is so nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Chris. We can have the microphone to Chris.
I'll bring it back.
Thank you. As the board chair said, I'm Chris Kabagamba, I'm a banker. Mine, I like to expound on what, or to question a little difference from what doctors told us on the groups that have regulated arrangements and listed above them. But there are other groups, and very many, where there is a big subsidiary, it's a cash cow, and there's no regulation. In this case, at least in your situation, the regulations at the listing level and at the banking level helps to align. But in the situations where there are no such regulations, and there is a fight, and we have seen it, there is pulling of ropes. Me, I'm the cash cow. I'm supposed to be the subordinate, but I'm the most powerful. I'm the one feeding the boss. How do you deal with those ones? And it is real. Thank you.
Okay. I'll ask P. Mpo to just attempt that question. And Paul, you can use this time to also just give us your closing, thoughts, maybe a couple of minutes, so we can release you to your next engagement, but with lots of gratitude for your time this morning. So if you can go ahead.
Deeply appreciated, Madam Chair. I guess in short, the quickest response I can give, when you're dealing with any matter regulatory as a board, firstly, put yourself on the other side of the fence and say, if I was the regulator regulating this board, what would I expect? And really, the priority always should be what is right, what is the correct thing to do, what is the right thing to do first and foremost at all times. Often in regulatory environments, people tend to adopt a tick box exercise. What are the things that I have to tick to look good before regulators? But if boards, in the spirit of being an engaged board, in the spirit of constantly investing in positive reputation, you've got to quarter be thinking about what is the right thing to do. In closing, boards have to ensure that whatever they do, they must remember that at the end of 9 years, another group of men and women are going to be sitting around that table. And they mustn't look at previous decisions and say, what were they thinking? And that is the parting shot, Madam Chair, as I thank you all. I hope to someday be able to participate in future lead conventions in person. I apologize that I couldn't be there in person due to the fact that I have a 9 o'clock board meeting that I'm chairing this morning. Thank you so much, and God bless. All of the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate. So Paul, we'll let you get on with the work of board chair. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, and we hope to meet you in person very soon. So I know the panelists need to leave, but if there is a burning question or comment, Hajati, and then...
There was a question here.
Okay, please, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to thank the
Okay, maybe I don't know who can ask there. This is entirely, I'm called Ruth Kanyaruju. I'm a member of LEAD and a consultant, an independent consultant. I wanted to ask a question. Okay, maybe one of those can answer it. Here in Uganda, mainly for the state-owned enterprises, the board appointees are done by His Excellency or those powers that be. And it's normally on reward basis. And most of these are normally MPs who have not made it back to parliament, or people who have been supportive to maybe the party in power. And in most cases, they come when they are, maybe, if I can say broke, for the lack of a better word. And in most cases, they will be sweet and compliant and passive, wanting favors from the CEO. How do you remedy such an organization? I mean, how can you help such a body to perform? Because, you know, they really want to get those trips abroad to get nice. I hope you've understood my question.
I have understood. I have understood the question, and because I've understood the question, I know some of my panelists still need their licenses to operate. So I will ask Assad to prepare to answer. He's the only independent person here. A final question from Hajat Sebiala. If you can give her the mic.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm Hajat Sebiala, Hajat Green, and I must one of the recycling or recycled board members, because, yeah, Madam Chair, my question, I have two very brief ones. One of them is close to us, but it also goes to Winnie. Succession planning. How can it be done in a politically appointed board? How is succession planning? How can it be done? And then my other one is a simple one, but hard. We are told by our CEO from the Standard Chartered Bank that the board should challenge the CEO, but that at the same time nurture the CEO. I'm just trying to see, how do you do that without crossing the line? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hajat. There is a hand there that needs to say something very briefly. And as you do that, at the back, just below the vision outdoor, there's a gentleman, Sheila. There's a gentleman over there. My panelists, this is an opportunity to give your closing remarks. So Sanjay, there's that question, how do you not cross the line? So you'll take that and give your final remarks. Assad, I already gave you a question. Winnie, as you give your final remarks, I hope the next question is for Susan or Sylvia.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Chirenga and I serve at Centenary Technology Services. My question is, they can answer it. We have heard from the guest speaker that we need to have a mix specific to age on the board. How youngest is your board member, and are you going to do anything about that? Thank you.
Okay. So I think both Susan and Sylvia can answer that question, so as briefly as you can, so that we can release you to nation-building activities. I don't know who wants to go first. Sanjay, you want to go first?
Sure. I'm going to answer Hajat, but I'm going to do that with my parting shot. So, colleagues, the role of corporate governance is really about making decisions and implementing them. Because many times we make, but we don't see through implementing them. I would also say that this is not about taking a popular decision, but it's about taking the right decision. And the process of decision making itself is the most important part of corporate governance. So having the right brains, the right vision, understanding what is your purpose are all extremely critical. To respond to Hajat, the CEO is in a complex situation. Sometimes he is on the business, which means he's thinking about industry, nation, corporate governance, helicopter view, but sometimes he's in the business, which is what are the short-term problems that he wants to solve? What are the objectives? Human beings by nature are driven by incentive model. At a particular time, the CEO's incentive model may be slightly different to being on the business. And this is where the appropriate tension is very critical. So in good organizations with good boards, the role of the board is to say that it's okay, we'll make good progress with your short-term goal, but how do you see this in a long-term, So this is where you nurture the CEO, because you kind of direct the CEO towards the right incentive model. It's about incentivizing the CEO not from a short-term gain, but from a long-term gain perspective. So I think those are really my parting shots that, it's not a popularity game. It's about doing things right. And doing things right requires right people. And two is nurturing the on the business versus in the business dynamics by thinking long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Let's appreciate him. I thought to the decision element, you are also going to add that a decision must be made at some point, because sometimes boards, quarter on quarter, are digesting the material before they can make a decision. Thank you very much. Assad.
Thank you. I didn't choose the most difficult question, but it was given to me around where a politician is appointed on the board, and you have to work with them.
I think usually they call them cadres.
Cadres, right? Yeah. Now, to me, there's some time back, and allow me to give a bit of preamble to this. Some time back when we were having constitutional amendments and stuff like that, a lot of money was used, if I remember correctly, like 200 billion or something like that, for just that process. And a person stood up and asked a question with good statistics that money could have been used for hospitals, could have been used for this, schools and all that. And I waited to hear the answer that was going to come from the appointing authority that director was referring to here. And I was very satisfied with the answer because I did not expect anything that will come out of that. And the answer was that you have to balance politics and economics. And if politics is not there, the economics will just die. So to me, those board members must exist in your board. They must exist in your board. It's very, very important. If they don't exist in your board, you may not even have the organization anyway. So now the issue is, how do you work with that? To me, it's all about you have to make sure that you do the right thing. As an organization, ensure that your organization has the right culture with a tone at the top, and that person will feel like they're an outlier in whatever they are requesting to do. So if you consistently do the right thing, right from the juniorest person to the topmost person, and isolate that person to be the only outlier, they will fall back into line. And you put your foot down and you do the right thing. Because if you don't do the right thing, normally what happens is that they change them, and unfortunately you carry the cross afterwards, either you as the CEO or the chairman of the board afterwards. So you have to ensure that you are not carried into that mess. There are some examples I've seen. Some board members, came on giving me some testimonies and examples of how they've handled things. They get a call that so-and-so, you're winding down someone's business, you're repossessing a property of someone because of a loan. Please stop what you're doing and forgive them of a loan. And what these CEOs have told me they've done that worked, or the chairman, actually normally it's the chairman of the board is told that, they say, okay, I'm going to defer for 3 months the payment. So they first pause everything. Then after 3 months, you repeat the whole process. The person can't keep going back, reporting the same problem. Another example that I've seen that worked very well, if say a utility is cut off, either electricity is cut off for not paying bills, water supply, or internet or telephone for not paying bills, and the person runs and reports, you get a call, reconnect this person, you say, yes, sir. You reconnect. 1 month later, if they've not paid, you disconnect. They cannot go back and report the same problem and come back to you. So you have to balance how you do it. Thank you. I hope I've attempted to answer.
Assad has very good ideas for how to live with them. Okay. Again, conscious of time, let's hear from Winnie very quickly, Sylvia, and finally Susan.
Thank you. Frank, I think what I said, you can't appoint directors in waiting. So you may have potential people you're looking at and considering, but somebody else needs them today or tomorrow, and they appoint them. And so that makes the database a little bit academic. You know the skills you have that will be, retiring from the board, you know the skills you want to bring onto the board, you identify potential people, but anytime that can be disrupted, and that's the challenge, because we don't put people in the pipeline and wait for them. On the other hand, if we are talking about replacing or a succession plan for executives who are on the board, that's a little bit more certain. They can also go away, but I think it's easier to plan for that. And related to that was the issue of succession planning in a political organization or in the public sector, if I may put it that way. The two speakers earlier in the morning talked about the importance of managing relationships with our stakeholders. If you are a government entity, ultimately the person who appoints the CEO is the minister. So the conversations of the board chair with the minister, this is our vision for the organization. This is where we want to be 2-3 years from now. And by the way, the budget comes from government, taxpayer, you're funding us. Let's not put that to waste, but this is our plan. This is how we are working. Sometimes the minister may ignore you and actually pretend to work with you and eventually do something else that upsets you. That's life, okay? But I think those conversations help to bring them on board. Let me conclude, Gertrude, with this story, and I know that this issue of the public sector. So you didn't tell the people I'm an academic, but I also am a corporate governance practitioner. So I once was invited to train a public sector board. I had breakfast with the CEO, and the CEO said, these are RDCs and all those people we talk about who have been appointed to my board. If I don't put a benchmarking trip in my budget, they will not approve my budget. I said, okay, don't worry. So I spent the whole day talking to them about the role of the board, and at the end of the day, the chairman asked a question and said, don't you think with the problems of this organization, we need to be appointed full-time? I didn't know whether I had done my work, Gertrude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Winnie. Sylvia.
I don't know how you answered that, really. But wow. Anyway, I think let me first of all start off from a point of gratitude. Thank you so much. I think for setting this up. I've learned a lot from Paul. I've learned a lot from the panelists. Probably trying to attempt the question of the youngest in the boards that I'm in. I think there's obviously an opportunity for improvement. There are some boards where I'm probably the youngest, and I'm definitely not a Gen Z. But I was just thinking, and there's a board that I chair, and we just recently recruited 2 people who probably would be in the category of Gen Z, but I don't think we recruited them for their youthfulness. And probably that's a criteria that we need to bring in, especially considering what is changing and even the demographic, the youth demographic dividend that we are all probably serving today. In terms of my parting shot, just listening to Mpo today, what struck me was just the level of investment that he has made in himself in terms of reading the references that he spoke to, the models, the archetypes. And I was just sitting there and reflecting on myself from this perspective of future-proofing and building resilience, not only in ourselves, the organizational structures, but even in us as individuals. I think one of my greatest takeaway, and I hope someone else also walks away with this, is that we can't speak of future-proofing and building that resilience if, first of all, we're not building that future-proofing within ourselves. If we're not creating that capacity within ourselves, as was called out, we are living in an age of polycrisis. First of all, There are so many changes that are happening today. Are we aware of them? Are we keeping abreast? But also for those of us who are probably CEOs, how are you raising the profile or the understanding of your board? Because the more your board is educated on the challenges that you're facing, the better input, the better support, the better nurturing they're able to provide to you. So I think my challenge to us is, how are we individually future-proofing ourselves, but also how are we investing in terms of building the capacity of our boards? Because the stronger they are, the better literate or educated they are in the challenges that you're facing in the different sectors, the better support they will be able to give you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. Last but not least, truth every day.
Thank you. And again, extending my gratitude as well, allowing this platform. And I think just to add, to answer Stephen's question, I will quote Dr. Peter Crow, who says that the board is not Noah's Ark. An effective board is not so much what it looks like, but what it does. And so we've got to be able to see that even if we're looking, what we're looking for are, and in terms of the future proofing, is what is the strategy of the company? What are the skills that we need on the board that are going to help, that are going to drive the company towards that? And if there are younger people who can have those skills in the database as the board nominations committee is looking around, then so be it. But I don't think it is so much about we should have one of this and one of this and one of this and one of this, because then I don't think that the board will actually be as effective as it should be. And then, of course, as we're talking about the complexity of some of the organizations, when Winnie was speaking, is we're part of quite a complex setup. Nation Media Group is listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange. Here in Uganda, we are subsidiaries of the larger group that is listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange. And even here, it is complex as well, because there are 4 companies that make up a Nation Media Group because of different shareholding interests. And here in this room, I'm glad we've got some shareholders and some board members as well. So I hope I am representing them well. And so that alone brings about a complexity in terms of meeting different, whether it's the minority shareholders or a principal shareholder who you may or may not know is the Aga Khan, His Royal Highness. And so all those complexities, which then build into the larger impact on the Nairobi Stock Exchange, are things that we're always having to think about. And so when it comes to effectiveness of the board, many times in terms of who sits on the board, many times the decisions have to they take into consideration this complex animal that makes up Nation Media Group. Nonetheless, and so part of that, I know that Monitor Publications is, creme de la creme, but there are other companies in there, like NTV, which is part of the portfolio as well. And when I say truth every day, and I know you said you're going to hold me to this, I will admit that we do make mistakes. Some of our mistakes, unfortunately, they are published for everyone to see, and some of them are very costly when it comes to litigation. And where we do make mistakes, we will do our level best to correct them. Every single person has a right of response. That's part of our editorial committee, whether it's in print, whether it's whatever platform that it is. The right of response, the right of reply is something that we are making sure that we enforce. But nonetheless, thank you so much for supporting us and keeping us alive in this very murky waters, so to speak. But thank you.
Thank you all. Please appreciate my panel. We appreciate your attention, your engagement. Thank you very much to the panel members. I know we could have been here all day. I'm really enjoying this, but we have to yield to other demands. So I think we have a small token. Dr. Robin Kibuka, do you want to come and assist with this small ceremony as we see them off? Please appreciate them. Over to you. Sheila says a stronger round of applause.
A stronger round of applause, please. Sylvia.
I think we can clap a little louder and harder. Yes, thank you, Sylvia.
Sanjay.
He has one there. Wonderful, wonderful. There we go.
Sad. And because you know she'll be modest, Gertrude, she's also here as the chair of the lead board and has done a fantastic job as a moderator. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you. If we could just pause with the certificates for one photo moment as we
Let's have the
leave
certificates
stage.
out showing. And a smile. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, Sheila,
Yes.
when Mpo was delivering his message and he spoke about the iceberg theory, the phenomenon, and he gave reference to, I think Sylvia will relate to this, he gave reference to Nairobi, and our brother Ruto saw this happening and he did not take time. Now when it came to Uganda, there were discussions happening online. And then people said, what do you think Uganda will do? Because the Kenyans kept on asking. They said, you'll see the master at his game. You iceberg and you go down to the roots. They say in Uganda, they will collect you with your home, with your car, because there was someone who was also calling out. They carried the car and the person. That's Uganda.
I won't add to that. So I really think we should also give a really big hand to the lead committee and the organizers and Fiona as the CEO as well. This company, this organization has been in operation for 8 years. This is the 3rd annual convention. And I think for me, it's really demonstrated how it has brought together esteemed colleagues and has created a platform where people with profound experience and demonstrated leadership, people who have been visionary and strategic in how they have performed on their roles, can come and share with us today. So without further ado, and just in the interest of time, I'd like to introduce the second panel. The title of this panel is Directorship in Transition. I'd like to call upon Mr. Humphrey Asimwe, the CEO, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, to come on stage and introduce his panel, who will help us understand the risks and the results in this area and how they have redefined the roles in these transitions that they've had to experience. Thank you. Over to you, Humphrey.
Okay. Great. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Humphrey Asimwe. And as introduced, I'm from Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. It's an honor and a privilege to be here at this convention as a conventioneer. Heard that one today. And I think the discussions that are taking place today are very, very important in shaping how our companies, how our organizations are faring, whether they are public or private. And as indicated, we are going to move into a next panel. I want to introduce my panelists. They don't need much introduction, and in the interest of time, I'll try and get through it as fast as possible. Allow me to introduce to the stage Mr. Fabian Kasi, the Managing Director of Centenary Bank, Uganda. You're very welcome, Mr. Fabian. Also coming on stage is Ms. Ekirapa Miriam, Director of Legal and Board Affairs at the Capital Markets Authority. Kindly give her a hand while she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, also coming on stage at this point is Dr. Tom Buringuriza, the Chairman, Citibank, Uganda. Give him a big hand while he comes. I will inform us that the profiles of our panelists are on the screen if you want to know more, because they're very accomplished individuals with us here today. From outside Uganda, Mr. Christian Nibasumba, Deputy Chair of the Board, KCB Burundi. You're very welcome, Mr. Christian. Thank you for coming all the way from Burundi, so we shall have a very good mix. But then also, we've heard a lot about Kenya, and so it is good to also get somebody from Kenya. Mr. Frank Mola, from FinTech Association of Kenya. Mr. Frank Mola, you are very welcome. Is he with us? Oh, okay, great. Okay. So to kick us off, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make us aware that we will have some audience questions at some point, because we want to have, there are probably questions, comments that as the audience would want to interact with our panelists today. This panel will delve into transitions, drawing on the diverse experience of board of directors from various sectors. Now, in recent years, there has been a shift towards greater transparency, accountability, and diversity in the boardroom. I know we only have one lady on this panel, but it is as diverse as it comes. I'm sure Miriam, you can ably handle the rest of the panel, having known her for over 20 years. Directors are expected to have a deeper understanding of the business, of the industry, and the broader societal trends. And the effective communication skills and the ability to collaborate with management and other stakeholders is very important. It's crucial. We've heard about what COVID-19 did to governance and governance structures and the governance requirements that we know of. And so the importance of resilience was emphasized, especially during and after the COVID pandemic. So boards need to be able to navigate this crisis and maintain a long-term perspective. Now, in order to get into this discussion, allow me start with Mr. Fabian Cassi from Centenary Bank. And so the role of the director is setting and defining the company's strategic vision. Somebody said in the earlier panel that boards are supposed to do the right thing, but I think there is also defining what the right thing is. How do boards define the right thing in this day and age? And how do we, especially considering that we live in a day and age of polycrisis, where we have lots of crises here and there, popping from every angle, how would the board then be able to navigate and have that vision that is versatile enough to get through all this?
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, we would like to thank the organizers of this convention. I think there's quite a lot of learning that is going on here. Considering the fact that boards or board members, are taken as the most important element of an organization. If we are to talk about the anatomy of a body, I guess they are the head. And if something goes wrong with the board, however well an organization may be doing, it will come to naught. And therefore, understanding the roles of the board is very important. Of course, traditionally, we've known the role of the board as being that of, having eyes on, hands off, being able to be taken as the traffic controllers, as the drivers of the business, the management drive the business. But as we've already, understood, things are changing. We are living in a very volatile times, the virtual world that I was talked about, such that boards need to do much more than what they used to do in the past. I know previously you would always come for a quarterly board meeting and then you wait for another 3 months. But it has turned out that there is quite a lot that the boards have to do if we are to define a proper, strategy for the organization. It is their role to ensure that they embed a purpose-driven culture in the organization. Somebody talked about creating the right tone, at the top. If the tone at the top is not right, everything won't work. Therefore, boards are expected to be now more collaborative with management. They are expected to be busier. They are expected to be more engaging than even before, because as we know, there is more scrutiny to the board for accountability. We've seen, how they are taken to account for almost everything that goes on in the organization, more or less like management. Therefore, boards have to define the role, the strategies of the organization by being very close to the operations, by being very engaging. Sanjay talked about the discomfort. If you are a CEO and you are very comfortable with the board, probably the board won't be able to define the right strategy for the organization. And I agree with him, because boards have to be more engaging now.
Thank you very much. Very important points that you raise. The fact that we expect boards to be eyes on and hands off, but in this day and age, there is call for greater engagement. Maybe, could you describe a time when the board had to navigate a crisis and what your role was and how the board did contribute to resolving such a situation? I know we've talked about polycrisis quite a bit. Maybe let's take 1 or 2 examples.
Well, what quickly comes to mind is the COVID times that we had, especially for banks. At that time, much as everything had been shut down, but people needed to access their money. And as banks, we had to continue working as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, a lot had changed. And it was at that time when boards, management were called in to do a lot more to ensure that the doors of the banks keep open even when they are closed, so that people can access their money, so that people can pay the loans they had taken even when they were not working, which was a very challenging phenomenon. It was sort of a crisis in that we had to ensure that staff move to go and serve customers. And what happened was that boards were being briefed almost on a daily basis, to ensure that there's no crisis, to ensure that customers are served. As management, we used to meet twice a day, in the morning to understand how business is going to run during the day, and then do a debrief in the afternoon to ensure that things have gone right. How do we prepare for the following day? And in the process, even boards had to also be engaged in the same manner, because at the end of the day, if somebody, came to access their money and wasn't available, you can imagine what would happen, and especially for banks. And as banks, we don't sell any commodity, but we sell trust. We needed to ensure that we maintain that trust despite the hard times that we're going through. And that called for a lot more engagement and reviewing of operations by both the boards and management.
Thank you. Very, very important. The fact that sometimes in a crisis, the boards will have to step in and be more engaged. You mentioned about collaborating with management a lot more than ever before. Maybe if we could turn to Mrs. Musali, Miriam. Can you provide an example where ethical considerations influenced a board decision? Because here we are referring to the fact that ethics is at the core of it all. It's important that boards set the tone to ensure that organizations, first of all, the top management and the whole organization are running ethically. Of course, even as the board itself, it needs to be able to. So how do these ethical considerations influence board decisions?
Thank you very much, Humphrey. In terms of ethics, I think we all heard from our lead chairperson when she talked about the fact that right now the focus is on ethical leadership. As a member of a board, we can't just be seen to talk about ethics, but we have to be seen to be ethical. And when I reflect on some of the boards that I have served on, a particular example comes to mind. There's a board that I was serving on, and it was a fairly small company. And one of my relatives was working in this company. And I went for a board meeting, and management presented a restructuring plan. And I knew my relative was in trouble. And as management was presenting this plan, I just kept thinking about my relative and my responsibility to the board, my responsibility to the organization. You know, we talk about these things. You have to act in the best interest of the organization. What does it really mean? When it comes to ethical dilemmas, that is when you're really being tested. So do I support this restructuring plan? Do I pull the CEO aside and say, by the way, so and so, you know, could you take care of my boy? What do you really do as a member of the board? Do you whisper to this young man and say, start looking elsewhere? You're on the way out. This is what we are planning for your organization. It really was a dilemma. And I remember sitting in the meeting and not contributing much because I knew I was conflicted. I was, you know, so many thoughts were going through my head. And after that board meeting, I obviously had to keep the matter confidential. This relative was a brother to my husband. I couldn't even tell my husband. I had to keep quiet, you know. And my husband comes home after a while and says, so-and-so lost their job, but you sit on that board. That was tough. That was really, really tough. So I think when it comes to ethical leadership, we really have to check ourselves first. And we have to really look and say, when I sign this code of ethics as a member of the board, when I say I'm going to keep things confidential, you know, am I really doing what's right when no one is looking? So that for me was a very emotional time as a member of a board.
Wow. Interesting. I happened to look around the room while you were sharing that example, and the room was frozen in time and space, because I believe many can attest to such an incident. I don't know if we actually acted in the best interest of, but I think it calls to mind the fact that ethical leadership, even in the boardroom, will be tested. And we as directors or even as CEOs must live up to the test of time. Turning to the issue of risk, or the side of risk, because it's an issue that more than before boards need to consider. So what role do directors play in developing and implementing risk mitigation strategies in any board, whether small or medium or for large companies?
Humphrey. When we look at risk governance, it's easy to look at the predictable risks. But I think COVID-19 showed us that the unpredictable ones are risks that we have to prepare for. And I think about a phone call that I responded to some years back. And it was an organization that had a lot of people that were beginning to retire. And this individual called me and said, Miriam, you do something in the area of pensions. And I said, yeah, I do. And she said, I need some advice. I said, what's the problem? She said, we've been deducting money from our staff for very many years. Most of them started contributing a long time ago. They've now reached retirement. But we've just discovered that when that money was being collected, it was being put on a bank account. It was not an interest-earning account, and no investments were made. In fact, some people are losing money, and we don't know how to deal with it. And I was really, you know, it's one of those phone calls you get, and you imagine your father, you know, who's given all his life to this organization. And I started asking myself, so who was looking? You know, what's the risk culture like in that organization? You know, who was really looking at what is likely to happen? What are those things that are predictable? What are those things that are unforeseen? So when it comes to risk governance, I think that, of course, it's a matter for the whole board. We have to look at what could happen that could affect the whole organization. We are very good as board members at talking about the, you know, the risk appetite statement, risk mitigation measures. But think about risk mitigation measures, for example. Some risk mitigation measures are on the book, you know, they're on those colored pages, and they are normally flashed in a board meeting. But which board member is really looking at the movement of that risk, or why that risk is actually, the mitigation measures are not working? It could be because of budget, and we have to move to things like prioritization. If we have a small budget and we have this number of risks, are we really looking at what can we prioritize vis-a-vis the mitigation budget? Are we really examining that? Are we really treating this risk well? COVID-19 also showed us multiplicity of risks, you know, a lot of risks happening at the same time. Are we prepared? Are we better prepared for things like that when they happen? So I think these are really, you know, the other thing that I find interesting is if you could just go back and look at your board agenda through the year, look at how much time you devote to discussion on risk. Mackenzie has done some work around this, and boards do not devote sufficient time to discussion of risk, especially if you're not in a regulated sector like, say, banking. You know, maybe you could be on a board that's not in the financial sector, but are you really discussing risk? Is it a priority? Is it on your agenda? Are you devoting sufficient time? Look at the risk committee. COVID-19 also showed us that we need to have board members who understand and appreciate risk. It's not for the risk officer, you know, it's for the board. And so is your board composed in a way that when you begin to discuss issues of risk, you're able to get the input that is really required. So these are some of the thoughts that I'd like to leave with you when it comes to risk governance.
Thank you, Miriam. I think you raised some very key points about boards being responsible to
examine the risk culture of the organization, even as they are looking at the strategy and making sure that there is a balance. Now, turning to you, Dr. Tom, still on the same issue of risk, how do you balance proactive risk management with the need to capitalize on strategic opportunities? There are the strategic opportunities that exist that, of course, a company would want to optimize while they grow, but you also have got to look on the other end and be proactive. How do you balance the two on proactive risk management as well as the need to capitalize on strategic opportunities?
Thank you, Humphrey. First of all, I must say that I am pleased that you are one of the few people who can pronounce my second name. My second name was an attempt by my parents to use the whole alphabet in one word. The only letter missing is the letter Q. But having said that, risk, and coming from the banking sector as chairman of Citibank, of a multinational group, this is easy for us because there is a protocol for risk alone. Now, that is not the formula for all entities. The first thing we do is to make sure that our risk taxonomy is complete, meaning that you spend time going through every little item that might actually happen. And then once you have a complete list, you now need the tools to analyze the possibility or the probability that that event will happen. And one of the tools we use is scenario testing. And scenario testing means that you are analyzing the possibility that there's a high priority that that event, that risky event will take place. And there are people whose job is just to do that all the time. And for the board, there's of course a risk committee at the executive management level. And for the board, the risk committee will come to the board with a report which has been made easy to read with colors. I heard somebody talked about colors. If it's green and it was green before, it's okay. If it was green and then it turned amber, it's moving towards red, then you have to put your antennas up. And if it is still red, you need to be ready for it. But even then, when you deal with the taxonomy, the policy will tell you that if this green color on this item changes to amber, this is what you do. And that way, you are switched on all the time. Now, the importance of having a complete taxonomy is that, as I understood from one military friend of mine, he told me that in the military, they never implement plan A. That as soon as you shoot the first bullet, you actually go to plan B. Everything changes. I think you know, God bless him, someone who shot when he shouldn't have shot. And that battle became different for those of you who follow history, you know what I'm talking about. So you have to plan to implement not just plan A, but actually plan B. And that's very, very likely to happen. Once you start, things change. And I think one of the personal competencies that you need, and I've seen this also in the keynote presenter, Mpo, humility. For me, I always tell people my personal experiences have taught me a lot of things. At one time when I was facing a completely hostile board, I actually used that chance to write my PhD thesis on what do you do with a hostile board. And I published a very good piece which you can buy on Amazon.com now. So there's always a silver lining in the cloud. Now, one of the experiences I share as to why long life learning gives you the experiences as to how you deal with the risk, even if it drops in either VUCA or Bunny-wise. I learned that from the time I became a dad, but also a mom simultaneously. And one of my boys, who is now a big guy, is a banker, when they had been taught multiplication tables, they then asked them that if you have 6 boys, rather if you have 6 oranges and 3 boys, how many oranges will each one eat? And he asked the teacher that, where are the oranges? And the teacher said that the oranges are with the teacher. And then my boy said, then of course the answer is 0. Because no child can touch the teacher's things. Now, in the evening when I went to pick him from school, the late Mrs. Wambuzi, and this is one, I haven't seen experts with children like that. Those of you who have had children at Green Hill at that time, you will know. We went to her office, and my son was angry, and he explained this story. And Mrs. Wambuzi asked the teacher to come in and said, this boy's answer was actually right. Because you teachers, you know how you behave. But secondly, there are many things you can do with 6 oranges if you have 3 boys. So the issue of actually learning from everyone, including the children, I have grown with it. And it has helped me that when I joined Citibank in 2018 on the board, Citibank has so many things. The first thing that will put you off is the list of acronyms. There is an acronym, and they've been turned into words. So for example, someone can say that you've been riffed. Riffing is a reduction in force. If you've been riffed, you've actually been outplaced or fired. So if someone says you've been riffed, you might not understand that, but it's critical, and yet riffing is coming from an acronym. So we went in, and I have one of the board members here in the room, one of the directors of LEAD, and we all decided to be learners. And a new one also, that I would like you to help me to congratulate, because she had just joined our board, and then she became the chair of the Petroleum Authority. Linda. Now, interestingly, being also a professor, I digress a lot. Interestingly, I am also a CEO of one of the oil exploration companies. So I am her chair at Citibank, and she's my boss at PAU because she regulates me. But that's how life is. So I have these different colors. So this idea of learning all the time, it even improves the relationship with a very domineering CEO. Because when you're asking questions, it will be like he or she is going to teach you, or is going to explain to you. And then when we were in New York for the induction, we were told, please continue asking why, what is this, when, why does it happen like this? And as you ask these W words, you get more information, you learn more, but also, they also strike their chest and say, maybe this one we should have written it in a different way. So having a complete taxonomy and having board members trying to be on the learning curve all the time, to use every chance to learn and use the experience to know what to do in future, I think that can help with being proactive risk-wise. They say, in closing, they say that if you throw away all your past mistakes, you've actually thrown away all your past lessons as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very insightful indeed. And I think for any board directors in the room, it's very important to take these lessons, and every one of us that look, it's to always be learning, always ask the W questions. And sometimes you're asking the CEO or the management team, the EXCO team, and as we were told in the earlier sessions, there are different types of boards. One that has a very strong CEO, and the other types. But still, Doctor, in your view, what errors would a board make that make it difficult to get a suitable successor for a CEO? And what is your advice on getting this right? You've already shared that you wear different hats. So you're on different sides depending on the organization. But sometimes the board has the responsibility to do the succession planning and do the succession, manage the whole succession process for an organization, especially the CEO. So what would be the errors that boards make and that make it difficult in this process?
Thank you, and a lot was talked about this in the first panel. That actually means that this is a very important subject, not just for boards, but also for management. Now, one of the things, again, I learned, and you forgive me because I've been in this journey of executive management, boards, professorship, and so on, now coming to 4 decades, since 1984. One of the things I learned is that you are working with people, and within different groups of people. Different people are suited for different assignments. Interestingly, if you go into the subject of psychometrics, I am also a psychometrician myself, you will find out that all of us have got some specific needs inherent which cause us to behave the way we do. For example, if you have sweets in your handbag as a mother, when you get home, there's a certain behavior that the youngest child will show you. As soon as you take out the sweets and give them to that child, the behavior will change. So needs, certain inherent needs determine how we behave. But at the same time, those behaviors that we have because of needs that we can't see make us suitable for a particular job or task. Boards need to have some of these skills. One example is if you are looking at a team leader like a CEO, if he doesn't have a dosage of a need to dominate, which is not aggressive, which is assertive enough, he can make decisions and also take responsibility for them, then that individual might be led by the team rather than the converse. So boards need to have some of these tools like understanding where behavior comes from, understanding the right pattern of needs, therefore behavior or character for a particular position, and also include them perhaps in the policy. That when you go out for selection, first of all, you look for the character, and then you can go for the paperwork and the skills which you can add. It's a long story, but the psychometricians have given us what those needs are. Today, there are digital tools for working out those patterns of needs. When we did this so many years ago, we used manual. It was manual. Now we can digital tools can give us those patterns on a piece of paper, and we can read behaviors. That's the first thing. Board members might lack the tools to understand the character of an individual, and must be aware also that when you invite someone into an interview room, usually what you see is not exactly what they are. They will put on a show. All human beings are like that. They try to adjust themselves to fit in the environment where they find themselves. As soon as they get into the position, as soon as they arrive, the natural will take over. So you will see a very good person who performs at an interview, in the first week in the job might slap the secretary because now his true colors have come out. So boards must learn to read these characters and to match them to the perfect or the desired character for a job. The second thing is that this is a process. It's not an event. Once you bring someone to that level, perhaps even through the internal process, internally, you actually have to help them to be in that position and do what the organization expects. So sometimes some boards work like government. You know, in government, someone doesn't perform, so you do a reshuffle, you bring a new person. But those of you who understand how teams are formed, you know that there will have to be a point where they storm. And once you always go and reshuffle at storming stage, you've actually gone back to forming. So one of the reasons why some of these teams we see don't perform is because they always oscillate between forming and storming, and they never get to the culture, the norming, and the performing. So we have those issues. Boards must know those processes. They must push or support a CEO to the point where he can start leading the performing. But in the interest of time, I will just point out those two. So my suggestion is that you probably should start early. Of course, the typical process is that you put an advert. When an advert comes out, you call people, you shortlist them. Sometimes shortlisting has got what one of the ladies asked. You are directed on how to shortlist. Sometimes you have your best candidate and they have scored them zeros because there's a directive to do that. But I am not talking about that. Sometimes you might need to hire people knowing that this one might end up there, and then deliberately bring them up in the process. And one of the things we do is to inform the people that we think we are growing that they have a certain psychometric pattern and they might need to tweak it a little bit in order to move to the right level. That helps a lot. So start early, perhaps have a process, perhaps understand how to build these individuals. I can go on and on and on, but thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tom. Very insightful as usual, and we really appreciate that. Turning to you, Christian, from Burundi, and I do believe that you'll give us some insights on how the topology is like in Burundi, but talking about innovation and sustainability within organizations, apart from having those beautiful strategies of innovation and sustainability, how do we foster a culture? Because from the strategy, it is important to think through the culture bit. And how would the board then, foster a culture of innovation and sustainability in an organization, of course, while thinking and balancing the requirements of short-term and long-term goals?
Thank you very much. Allow me to start with a bit of digression, just to thank the team for having invited me. I feel like I'm back to my second home, having lived in Uganda for 3 years. So thank you to the lead team. So back to your question in terms of how do we strike the right balance between sustainability and short-term goals. Allow me to echo what my fellow panel member was mentioning here on the military. There's a famous Chinese military strategist called Sun Tzu. He wrote in his book that strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory, and tactics without strategy is a noise before defeat. So I think the question goes back to how do we strike the right balance between those two? One of my fellow friends actually mentioned like the other day that how can we have the noise with the shortest path to victory? So I think it's about striking the right balance between the two. So my take is, as having served on 3 committees at KCB Burundi, we should not see the short-term goals and long-term goals as 2 different things. I think they should work in tandem with one another. There's a tendency to put a wall between the two. Management is in charge of the short-term goals and board should just solely focus on the strategic role. I think we could have those 2 institutions, the management level and the board, working together in tandem to achieve the 2 concurrently. So I think my 2 cents is, firstly, we all know that the primary role of a board is to provide insights, is to provide oversight, and to also focus on the foresight. A typical competent board member should be able to predict and to know what's ahead. So I think that's the primary function of a board member: insight, oversight, and a foresight. Secondly, back to your question on how do we strike now the right balance between sustainability and short-term goals. The previous panel talked of diversity, and this is actually a very important aspect. The presenter also highlighted it. No offense to the baby boomers, But there was I think there was a picture going on social media showing a boardroom full of baby boomers, and the slide that we were all looking at was, where do we see ourselves in the next 40 years? Chances are they may not be around in the next 40 years. So if you talk of my sector, we are in the banking sector. You know, it's a very regulated sector, but we are seeing lots of changes. I was reading the other day on the article that most of the banks are actually reflecting on just removing this issue of having ATMs. We have mobile money now. The traditional banking sector is no longer brick and mortar. And if you don't have, unfortunately, I'm not Gen Z, but if you don't have, people who can reflect and think ahead in terms of artificial intelligence, where are we seeing ourselves in the next 20, 25 years? So I think the aspect of diversity is quite critical when we want to strike the right balance between sustainability and short-term goals. Last but not least, capacity building. And I think I want to thank the chair of LEAD. I think she mentioned it in her speech. We tend to assume that board members should know everything. There's an aspect of capacity building. Issues of ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors. We all know possibly these tend to be theories, but how do we embed that into the corporate strategic plans that we want to achieve and roll out? I'll give a very practical example. In terms of environment aspect, we are trying to develop as KCB. We've already developed at the group level, actually, on the environment aspect, what we call KCB Green Climate Fund. How do we fund businesses that could thrive towards a net zero economy? Burundi, we are not yet there, but we are heading there. On the social part, how do we support our customers? How do we support our staff? Not just on the short-term aspects, but also on the sustainability aspects, such as issues of data protection, issues of ensuring that our biggest asset, the human resources, are empowered. And lastly, on the governance, issues of accountability. You've mentioned about Kenya. You're seeing protests, Gen Zs saying that we need to hold you accountable. How do we as banks, as organizations, as board members, question our accountability mechanisms that are there? Speak of corporate executives' pay being published on the website. We've seen in Europe they're actually pushing banks, organizations to publish that. That shouldn't be a hidden information. So I think I could go on and on, but in a nutshell, if we play our role, insight, foresight, oversight, if we have capacity building, and if we make sure that we have aspects of diversity, we would have had a very good balance between short-term goals and sustainability. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Christian. And so if we're going to clap, it would be good. Let's clap. So let's clap for him. Very good. You'll feel good on the way back to Burundi. Still on the issue of, we're talking about fostering resilience, and you point out the fact that the role of the board is insight, oversight, and foresight. And we've also been, the whole idea of different issues coming up here and there. What strategies can a board adopt to enhance their agility and their adaptability in response to unexpected challenges? Issues that, pop out of nowhere. Economic downturn, the geopolitical tensions, the global health crisis, famine, whatever it is. How would then a board adapt and enhance their agility in such a climate?
Thank you. I believe that's a very pertinent question in this region, East African community where we are. Since 2020, I believe we've faced possibly 5 to 6 cases, starting with COVID, unforeseen. We had the Ukraine war. We had countries shutting borders, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda. We had economic downturns, companies getting through losses, and so on. So the question is, how do we stay relevant in such a volatile environment? And I recall there was one article, unfortunately I've forgotten the name of the author, that was trying to push boards to no longer adopt 5-10-year strategic plans. Because at the end of the day, we are not sure what's going to happen in between, actually from here to the next year. So of course we could establish mechanisms of reviewing the such strategic plans, but I think we need to agree as board members, as corporates, how pertinent, how realistic should our strategic plans timelines revolve around. At KCB, we tend to have between 3 to 5 years. I've seen organizations that can go up to 20-year strategic plans, and you wonder, really, if that is correct within these turbulent times. So I think, firstly, is to agree on a realistic milestone, timeline rather, for our strategic plans. And second, you know, as a commercial bank, I would say 60 to 70% of your role as a board member is to prevent risk, to prevent it and to mitigate it. So I cannot afford to talk of this topic if I don't focus on the risk aspects. So we've all, in my other hat, working with an organization called Trademark Africa, formerly known for Trademark East Africa. They are also here in Uganda. We are all always busy looking at the risk matrices. And same thing as KCB, same thing as other organizations. And one aspect we tend to forget is to allocate responsibilities. We've all agreed that if a risk is not assigned a certain responsibility, that risk will probably, find ourselves in a situation where we're all owning the risk. I'm not a risk expert, but we all know that a risk should have its owner and its champion manager. So we establish right frameworks that make sure that the risks are well mitigated and in the right time. Last but not least, speaking of you know, strategies to enhance agility and adaptability in unexpected challenges. Again, I come back to the fact that board members are not expected to know everything. We've always heard of, you know, this ERM, enterprise risk management, looking at the financial risks, and you've asked me about Burundi experience. Currently, we know we are going through a certain economic challenge. You know, the fuel is not available in some cases. So we've agreed to set up, you know, mitigation plans for the bank to continue business continuity plan. And I want to focus on the practicability of the business continuity plan. Some of our organizations, we tend to have these BCPs as documents, living documents. Of course, we could review them, fine. But have we taken the time to actually simulate them? Could we take time, move from our HQs, go to another agencies? Should that HQ suffer an internet outage, just like we were saying this morning? How ready are we as an institution to roll out the BCP? Of course, we talk of the operational risk, the strategic risks. I've talked about the instability in our region. How ready are we to roll up our sleeves and hit the ground running when it comes to that risk hitting it? I think those are my thoughts in terms of mitigating the challenges.
Thank you very much. I mean, you bring up the issue of business continuity plans and them being, you know, most boards, most organizations would have them, but have we stress tested the system? Have we simulated to see, do these work? Are we getting them out of the beautiful documents signed off and tried them out before the actual scenario happens? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to turn this over to us in the audience. You have any questions? You have any comments? Very briefly, I will take not more than 3. I don't know where the microphone is. Yes, Deo has one there. I see a hand. Maybe I should.
Do we have a hand here?
Yeah, there's a hand right there.
Thank you very much. My question is to Mr. Kase. You mentioned something very interesting about the culture and how you navigate there. I come from Joint Medical Stores. We are a logistics company, non-governmental, in medical supplies, owned by the Catholic Church and Church of Uganda. And Mr. Kase is owned by the bishops. Whereas earlier we heard about RDCs your problem could be Monseigneur's calling. How do you navigate your religious foundation alongside the duality of doing business? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take a second question and then a third. Then the panel will answer the questions while they give their closing remarks, their parting shots. Any other question? Or all good? Yes, there is one here. There is one at the back. Oh, yes. Okay. Being a lady, I'll accept a fourth one. And then we'll close. Yes.
Thank you very much. How do you handle a situation where the board comes and brings a strategy? For them, they feel this is the way to drive the organization. And then there's a lot of resistance from management. How do you really drive? What kind of advice would you give to the board?
Okay. Thank you very much. Since you have not assigned that one, allow me assign it to Dr. Tom, since he knows both ends of this stick. Yes, at the back, and then.
Thank you. Alfred Brian Agaba. I serve on the board of Nation Media Group. Mine is to Mr. Fabian Kasi again. You mentioned that boards need to be more collaborative and engage more closely with management and with an increased frequency, which I do understand and appreciate. I think the question is, how then should boards balance and maintain a healthy balance of the distance that is required in order to be independent and to be non-executive, with the need then to engage management more frequently, and they becoming executive as directors? Thank you.
Very good question. Should they also become full-time? Very good. Yes, there's one last question at the front here. Then the panel will answer questions, 2 minutes each, with your closing, with your parting shots. Yes.
Thank you to the panel. It's been a very insightful session. My name is Gladys, and I serve on the NCBA board. My question goes to Miriam, particularly in terms of, from a regulatory perspective, and given your history, both from a business side and sitting on, and serving on a regulatory board, how do you manage, how does the regulator's board manage the risks that affect the macro environment?
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we'll start with Mr. Fabian Kasi, and we'll go all the way to Miriam. And 2 minutes, you answer the question and your closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much for those. I have 2 questions. The first one is from my colleague regarding how you balance interests of a monsignor or a bishop with that of the business. And of course, the question is about how do we ensure that we balance interests of our shareholders with those of the business that they entrusted us to manage. And I guess it becomes a question of understanding what the purpose of the business is and being able to ensure that even when a monsignor calls you, you find a way of ensuring that it agrees, whatever demands he may have, agree with the purpose of the business for which you were entrusted to run. Of course, it becomes a balancing act, and it won't be only for, and I'm sure it is not only for the case of the monsignor, but it cuts across. Because if we are, for example, you are on a parastatal, there is government, they will push for things. I think we've already heard about how you need to balance such interests. So it is the same thing with the kind of institutions that we manage, whose shareholders, could be people of power, people of influence, And of course, if it is a belief, religion, there are all those things that need to be balanced. But the whole thing is about ensuring that the purpose of the business is served. The other question is about, we are saying we are living in a difficult times, volatile environment, whereby as a board, you need to be collaborating more with the management, being busier. If it is waiting for a quarterly board meeting, there's need to do more, touching base. And the whole purpose, of course, it has to be balanced because you don't want to turn into an executive or management. But the whole purpose should be to ensure that you get as much information as possible, because things keep changing. You may have gotten information today, but the following week things have changed, whereby it will impact on your decision as a board member. So being more collaborative should help you to get more information so that you are able to make better decisions as a board member, well knowing that at the end of the day, you are accountable and there is more scrutiny now. You won't be able to give an excuse that, I wasn't in the know of what is going on. Now, it is a time of social media, for example. People put all sorts of things on social media which may affect business. As a board member, you won't wait until the next quarterly board meeting for you to know what's going on. And that is the kind of collaboration that needs to be made. Board members are expected to be more busy, to be more closer to the business, to understand whatever is going on so that they are able to make better decisions for which they are always being held accountable in a stricter manner. So in closing, first of all, I think we are learning that going forward, the board of the future is not necessarily the board of the past or the current, because things are changing. There's digital disruption. There are all sorts of things. Demographics are changing. Customer needs are changing. And as a board member, we need to do more than what we've been doing to ensure that we are in a position to make the best decisions in the interests of the company that we govern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand for Mr. Fabian Kasi. If we can move on to Mr. Christian. Any question you had and any your parting shots?
Yes. My parting shot, I just want to echo, I didn't have a specific question assigned to me, which is good. Thank you. But I want to echo what my colleague is mentioning here, and as I mentioned, my parting shots. The need to have more collaboration with management. And I've seen board members trying to get too close to management to the point of meddling. And I think that's a dangerous slope that we would be getting into ourselves. But giving my humble example of Burundi, we have talk of compliance. And I'm sure it's the same case with Uganda. The Central Bank of Burundi has recently changed the key rate from 10% to 12%. I think Uganda is the same, 10%, if I'm not mistaken. How do we keep ourselves abreast of such information if we don't get too close, if we don't get in a working relationship that is sane with the management? So we need to have the same understanding, we need to be on the same page, and we need to be at the top of our game. So getting as much information as possible, we have aspects of creating ad hoc committee meetings. You don't have to wait until a quarter ends to be abreast of the information. You need to stay awake. And of course, my parting shots is really again, a vote of thanks to the lead that has extended the invitation to me. And I hope I've learned a lot as an individual, and I hope this is going to be a start of many more opportunities. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Christian Nibasumba from KCB Burundi. Yes, Dr. Tom.
Thank you. Of course, you probably misused your office to allocate me a question which was not directed at me. But aren't we used to abuse of office? Strategy. It might even have been an error to ask me a strategy question because this is one of the areas of my specialization. But let me just say that the key thing with strategy is how you get the strategy. Strategy being a journey of how you move from point A to point B, strategy is not a book. And it is not a report. It is a tool that you have to be conversant with all the time because you use it. I always give the example of you are driving to Masindi, so you determine how you'll get there, the means of transport, when you will go, and so on and so forth. And then as you drive, you see a milestone saying you are on the right way to Mbarara. You have to change that. So how you get there, how you monitor, all that must be in your head. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the question said, if the board brings a strategy. Now that shouldn't happen in the first place. The process of creating a strategy must be inclusive. By the time we finish the strategy, all the stakeholders must have it in their head. How are we moving from point A, SWOT analysis, to point B, the vision? What journey are we going, what tools are we using? Because during the operation, you have no time to pull out the book to read. So you need to have all the tools in your head. And usually, resistance sometimes is the fear of unknown. When we look at resistance to change, that's what you're actually asking. It brings so many things in there. There's ignorance, there's the pink elephant. Pink elephant is an elephant that is not there at all, but it's the most commonly seen. People feel so-and-so doesn't like me. People feel things and they use these things to manage situations. So people see pink elephants and then try to avoid that situation. But if the process has been inclusive, there will not be any pink elephants. So my suggestion on that question is that if you use a consultant at all, then it has to be a process consultant, that he only facilitates the process, but you own the result. Now my passing short, assuming that I am passing. Number one, I want to direct the question of the bishops and the politicians and the failed politicians has come up a number of times. But I want to direct the directors here and the managers to what we call there's a matrix that can help you to know how to deal with different shareholders and stakeholders. In other words, the beneficiaries. And it rotates on two axes. One axis is influence, the other one is interest. So you can see if someone has a high influence but no interest, how do you deal with them? If you go to Google and check on that stakeholder matrix, you will see the 4 quadrants, and it will tell you how to deal with them. Some of them just want to be informed, or they just want to be told that they are great. And then they will become no longer a pink elephant, but a better animal. Lastly, Humphrey, I just want to advise the leaders here of a very small formula that I have learned and have used in many situations. Most people have knowledge. In fact, a lot of knowledge. Some of you are struggling with your children because you are educated, but they have more knowledge than you. When they bring the homework, you struggle very much. So what you need is wisdom. But how do you get from knowledge to wisdom? You must remove your ego. So knowledge minus ego is wisdom. And then now I want to thank LEAD for this honor that when I had joined LEAD, like for less than a month, I was a panelist. I'm here again. I thank you for this recognition. I thank you for this annual conference. There is a lot we can do. There are many similar organizations, for example, the National Association of Corporate Directors in the United States. You can Google on that. They have got a lot of material that they have published. They have been around for more than 45 years. You can link with them, and you can end up with very good programs. I thank you very much, and also for inviting us.
Dr. Tom Buringuriza, give him a big hand clap. Thank you very much. Yes, Miriam, last but not least, the question that was directed to you as well as your parting shots.
Thank you very much. The question was really about regulatory boards, how we manage risk affecting the macro environment. As I reflected on this question, my view was that there's a lot of similarity in terms of the framework itself, but then you find that for regulatory boards, the stakeholder interests are very many. And the stakeholders that you have to deal with, even as you work through mitigation of risk, are really, a vast array, most of it being government entities, sometimes even the cabinet, the legislature, the judiciary. So sometimes you find that just managing and implementing the mitigation measures can really take a long time. There are also a lot of constraints when you think about the freedom that you can have in the private sector to implement your mitigation measures and the budgets that are required. Sometimes large sums of money are really utilized to make sure that some of these risks are actually adequately dealt with. Now, some of those are constraints when you think about regulatory bodies and some of our budgetary constraints. So the frameworks are very similar, but there are a lot of challenges in between. In terms of my parting shots, I think about the power of one. That's the challenge I want to leave you with. I worked for Alexander Forbes for some time. I was leading the business in Uganda. And when the Alexander Forbes Group wanted to improve the corporate culture, we had to get in a room and really think about our key message. And our key message then was the power of one. And as I thought about ethical leadership, it came back to me that one person can actually make a difference with everything that's happening in our environment, with everything that's in the news and everything happening at a government level. I think that sometimes people get discouraged when they look at what's happening at that level. But my challenge for you as a member of the board is, what are you doing about it at your level, within your own sphere of influence? What are you actually doing? What are the decisions you're making for your department, for your ministry? What are the decisions you're making in your community, So for us to really think about ethical leadership and the fact that we can make a difference where we are with what we have. And I want to also just remind us of what Sylvia said. She talked about one of my favorite books, Simon Sinek's books, Start With Why. Why are you on the board? Why? Are you really there to add value? Are you just ticking a box? Are you getting an allowance? Why are you really there? So if you think about the effect, the impact that you can make within your industry, and you also really go in and examine why you're there, I believe we will have ethical leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger hand clap to our panel. I think they've done a good job. And as I hand over to Deo, I want to ask where our oranges are. Over to you, Deo.
Yes, Sheila, I think you'll help me with that. Oh, thank you so much, Humphrey. That was beautiful. Can we clap again? Can we really clap again? We're supposed to be emceeing, but it's like you're in a class. So sometimes they remind you you're the MC. But I'm also taking some notes, because when the members are discussing, you don't want to miss and lose that. So can we have this session of the certificates, and then we'll have the photo. And then after that, what we're going to do, we need to appreciate those who made this possible in terms of the sponsors. So ladies and gentlemen, you'll bear with us. but there are people, there are companies that really support us to make sure that all this happens. And I think you can see some of our sponsors. So we shall have that. You'll give us about 3 to 5 minutes, and then we shall delve in. But you use that time to re-energize yourselves. Please do not leave. We need you. Then if you think that you've had a lot, wait for the next session. This one is going to disrupt you. Let me give you a hint. Somebody across the border did not believe in the power of this session. So you wait and see. Yes, so can we have our board member, Mr. Jimmy Serugo, please? You need to help us with this. You? Yeah? What is for? Humphrey, I think we can afford a smile. There you go. Now we need to do this. I'm a person who is a marketing person. You need to stand and we capture the moment well. We get you the value for your brand. You need to position your personal brand. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful. So in Burundi, they are going to know about us? Absolutely. Yes, and the MD Centenary Bank. There you go. The table from Centenary Bank, I think you should be clapping a bit louder here now. Aha! Okay, let's have a group photo. Let's have a group photo. Oh, Humphrey, sorry, Humphrey. There you go. So, as we're having the group photo, I need to let you know that we are streaming live. So please, that hashtag is Lead Convention 2024. But also there is a QR code on your tables. You can scan it and get the booklet of the convention. We are digital. And for the next session, you really need to, please, I hope you have your phones charged and you can scan and you are ready. Because the next session coming, I'm telling you, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
The center story started when we opened our doors nearly 41 years ago. With our roots deeply placed in the Catholic Church, we set out with the sole purpose of being the best provider of financial services in a sustainable manner, especially microfinance, to all people, particularly in rural areas. Over the years, we've grown into Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank, with an asset base of 6.4 trillion. Serving over 3 million customers.
Centenary Bank, the table from Centenary, you want to stand so that members can know where we are, so that they may contact you. Centenary Bank, members, let's clap for Centenary Bank.
Financial inclusion, we've taken
Centenary Bank, always there to support us. Our bank indeed, our bank.
And multiple banking channels, including over 7,400 agents. Center Mobile Banking, Center Online Banking, Center Visa Debit and Prepaid Cards, and MasterCard Platinum Debit Card.
Over 3 million have written our story
of becoming Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank. The story continues.
Centenary Bank.
Centenary Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Up to 10 million. Terms and conditions apply.
Centenary Bank is a member of the Center Group.
Yes, Centenary Bank, thank you so much.
As the sun rises across Uganda, a new dawn in luxury living awakens. Solana Lifestyle and Residences is Uganda's newest, most prestigious and award-winning lifestyle destination, an address for those who dream differently. At Solana, you're close enough to the hustle of the city, but far enough to come home to a sanctuary of smart living. Join a community of like-minded individuals where everything is taken care of and safety and security come standard. Where each community has a clubhouse, play area, pool, and other incredible features. Let an oasis of calm greet you at the end of each day with manicured gardens, pathways, parks, bicycle tracks, and so much more. Whether you're upscaling or settling down, buying a first home or investing,
Solana has it all. Uganda is now open to the world.
A big hand for Solana, please.
Unlock premium content with the Monitor website. It's quick and easy. Open nation.africa/UG in your browser. Look out for any Prime labeled article and click subscribe. Explore our very affordable packages weekly, monthly, or annual. Select your payment mode, country, and mobile money option. Enter your phone number and click continue to pay. You will receive a prompt on your phone to complete the process. Now, you can enjoy unlimited access to all premium content, puzzles, breaking news, articles, all with an ad-free experience on Monitor Prime. Daily Monitor. Truth every day.
A big hand,
With
please.
our NCBA Bank Home Loan, we can finance up to 80% of your mortgage and give you a repayment period of up to 25 years.
Daddy, that is 25 birthdays for me in our own home. Many suppers together. Lots of laughter with mommy.
We know that it's not about the house, but the many memories made in it. Get an NCBA home loan with up to 80% financing. The name is NCBA, and the numbers that matter to you matter to us. NCBA Bank. Go for it.
Is the table of NCBA here?
Spend less and get more value of your money with
Oh
Vision
yes,
Group
let's clap for
e-papers.
them.
Enjoy
Thank you so
access
much.
to most
We
valuable
appreciate.
stories from booking
Really do
and new
appreciate.
Vision papers using your computer, tablet, or smartphone for only 1,000 shillings per day. With Vision Group e-papers, you experience convenience with access to the latest stories in politics, entertainment, business, sports, and more from around the world at a touch of a button. Visit www.epapers.visiongroup.co.ug today and start enjoying a fresh news experience.
At Uganda Breweries Limited, environmental sustainability
Vision
is
Group.
an integral part of our strategy and is
Vision Group.
outlined in the Grain to Glass sustainability pillar of our Sustainability Action Plan. We recognize that we have a responsibility to manufacture our award-winning brands sustainably, and our environment agenda has 3 specific focus areas. 1. Water. We're preserving water for life by ensuring we produce efficiently with as little water as possible for every litre of alcohol we produce. Sustainable management of solid waste and effluents with a state-of-the-art effluent treatment plant and zero waste to landfill in our operations. We also provide drinking water and sanitation to the water-stressed communities in Uganda. 2. Carbon, through investments such as biomass and other interventions. Our biomass facility cut 92% of our carbon emissions. 3. Working with over 35,000 farmers supplying us raw materials. Uganda Breweries has marched with Uganda on the same beat.
Big hand for Uganda Breweries. I recognize my
NCBA,
legal
we continue
director
to
and
estimate
human
the
resource
solution
director,
to
Patricia and
situations.
Agnes.
It's what we have done for over 50,000 businesses.
And mommy, that is 50,000
Okay, I
families
think we
with
for
50,000
now we shall keep
meals
on running others. Please scan. This is the QR code. Scan for the entire booklet of the conference. So I think Sheila, you want to invite the next panel?
Thank you. Thanks, Dale. And I hope everybody is finding this as engaging as I am. I think I saw many people taking notes when the panel was going on. I'm glad that people are still energized and energetic. Please, there's still refreshments outside should you need to. So the next panel is titled Digital Governance for Boards. Basically, how do boards manage and navigate the framework, policies, practices that govern digital transformation, cybersecurity, data privacy, to mention but a few, and what risk mitigation measures do they put in place as this becomes a major key area as many companies move into the digital world. So allow me to invite Mr. Sam Tulume the Executive Director and Chief Operations Officer, I&M Bank Uganda. A big hand, please, as he comes up to stage. The last time he said he does not feel the energy. A big hand, please, for Mr. Sam Ntulume. They're doing a lot in this space. I think we all now know I&M and see it everywhere. And I will ask him to invite his panelists to the stage, many of whom are practitioners in this area, are visionaries in their field, and I think we're going to have very engaging discussions with people who have a great breadth of experience in this area. Over to you, Mr. Ntulume. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning once again. Can we all just rise up, put our hands up, just to stretch a bit? Okay, there are people who don't want to listen to me down in the corner, but it's okay. God sees you all. Okay, let's take our seats. I hope you're all alive and well. This is the last session for today, and it's very important that we pay a lot of attention. It was intentional to make it the last one. So for this session, I'm going to invite Dr. Peter Chimbowa. Musawo Chimbowa. Okay, Dr. Chimbowa, board chairman of NSSF. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Richard Mugisha, board chairman of EcoBank Rwanda. Okay, he's online. Okay, he's online. And then we have Ms. Mona Muguma Sebuliba, CEO of Abi Finance Limited. Hey, Mona deserves much better than that. Mr. Peter Mulisa, Chief Legal Officer and Company Secretary for Uganda National Oil Company. You're very welcome. And we have Mr. Aga Sekalala Jr., the Vice Board Chairman for Uganda Manufacturers Association. So this morning, I was having a debate with someone on how to pronounce, is it digito or digito? Is it both? So I was told by someone who went to Gayaza that it is digito. So digital governance for boards, and I'll start with two quotes. A quote from Tim O'Reilly, who is the founder and CEO of O'Reilly Media Incorporated, an American technology and business training company. He says, every industry and every organization will have to transform itself in the next few years. What is coming at us is bigger than the original internet, and you need to understand it. Get on board with it and figure out how to transform your business. Then the second quote is from John Chambers, a former executive chairman and CEO of Cisco Systems. He says, at least 40% of all businesses will die in the next 10 years. I don't know how many businesses are represented here, but he says 40% of all these businesses will die in the next how many years? 10 years. That is if they don't figure out how to change their entire company to accommodate new technologies. I found these quotes quite interesting and good to reflect on as we get into this particular session. Digital. Digital governance for boards involves providing leadership and oversight of an organization's digital strategy. And there are just a few key teasers that I'm going to share before we get into the panel discussion. Is your board ready to lead digital transformation? Do they have the right competences? Anyway, what are these competences? What strategies are you considering and deploying to manage digital risk? We've heard of cyber security threats and data breaches. Does your board actually have an inventory of digital assets? For the accountants here, Mr. Kaja is here. We accountants are very good at taking inventory of their assets. They have a fixed assets register. I don't know how many companies here actually have a digital assets register that is reviewed and monitored by the board and auditors. Is KPMG still here? And the auditors, just as well as we do for the fixed assets. Digital transformation is about people, processes, and technology. And I know we spend a lot of time on digitizing processes and having new technology, but at times we forget the people. Technology cannot work without the people. My panel. Those are just thought-provoking thoughts, and for the audience as well. And I'll start with Dr. Chimbo, NSSF board chair. Your mission is to be relevant partner to your members through a continuous innovation in provision of social security. I hope I'm right. As a result of this, we have seen significant investments and improvements in the convenience that you've provided to your members in accessing their funds. How does NSSF, how does the board assess and mitigate the impact that the digital technologies you've rolled out to support the various stakeholders, like your social security members, your employees and communities, and how the whole organization operates? Just help us appreciate how you go about the assessment and mitigating the impact of these technologies.
Thank you very much, Sam, and the members who are present here. Thanks for the interest you've shown in the conversation that has been sparked off by the phenomenal organization and planning of League of East African Directors. Now, at the fund, NSSF, there are certain truths that we hold sacrosanct. The very first one is that relevance is not a birthright. We need to continuously learn. So the position of the fund is that, first of all, cyber security is a high growth discipline. Why? Because the criminal ingenuity of hackers is almost infinite. So it's going to be blow for blow. And therefore, continuous learning will probably yield the lifetime opportunities we are looking for. So it's learning. Then the other one I think was mentioned by Asad Lukwago when he was here briefly, that, you know, someone was rising on the ladder and he wasn't very sure whether now it was the correct wall or not. The position of the board, again, in NSSF is that we know a lot, but there's a lot we don't know. A position of the board is also that, you know, we have a strategy, a digital transformation strategy. But that strategy needs another strategy. That means that we have to continue moving. The board believes, too, that the definition of disruption is nothing else but old logic being replaced by new logic. So there's continuous change. Turbulence is the application of old logic to a totally new situation. So that's the position. And therefore, in providing this oversight and guidance as a board, we have got a committee on audit and risk, whose job it is to work with the management. I think there are REEs, to, first of all, detect early warning signals of cyber breach. Because when we talk about security, we are talking about criminality. We are talking about breaches and so on. So the board has the technology and the people to detect and also to respond, then to recover and report. So among the issues that we usually have in the Committee of Audit and Risk is to give us an idea what are our vulnerabilities and what are our weaknesses in the technology. And also, what level of investment must we engage in? And what are the activities? At the board now, at full board, where I sit, I don't sit on the committee, is to expect about 4 reports from the governance point of view, and to satisfy our members and our regulator, and also other interested parties. One is, what is the fund's emergency response plan, especially in the case of a breach? Number 2, the business continuity plan in the event that we have got a breach. And the 3rd is the disaster recovery arrangement. And the 4th is even probably more interesting, that at the fund, and this is what I found at the fund, that the fund has got a heavy, comparatively heavy concentration of intellectual power. And the 4th one is exactly, what is the horizon scanning? What is the kind of simulation that we can go through? How can the hacking come through? How can the breach come through? So we are imagining what is probably not there. So we have a team of very specialized people doing this, imagining the future, creating scenarios, working around war games, and also building what we call, capacity to scan anything that may be coming through, and so on. And then we have got also an insurance policy on security, cyber security, and we have a solid policy that emphasizes cyber security, including the register that you've mentioned. Yes, that's what we are doing at the fund, to protect, but also grow people's money. Innovation and growth at the fund is an everyday activity.
I think the members here will be glad to know that you know a lot, but there is a lot you also still don't know, and there is a lot to work on. As you explore this digital transformation journey, how do you ensure, and practically, because we are here to learn, how do you ensure that you have the right board members with the right skills to manage the whole digital disruption business, but not only at the board level, but also at senior management level? I'm sure there could be a few learnings that we could pick up out from NSSF. Yeah.
There is something that's interesting. At the fund, we do not embrace legacies of the past. We do not celebrate past glories, because that is almost flirting with absurdity. We do not believe that Stone Age ended simply because people ran out of stones. No, innovation caught up with them. So the qualification of somebody to be a board member, and I've seen this all over the place, somebody must show the certificates, the qualifications is go to some universities, and before COVID, and so many other things. That is qualification. No. The major, most important competence to be on the board and to engage in complicated subjects like cyber security is an open mind. Open-mindedness, a deep sense of curiosity, and a willingness to experiment. At the fund, there are 4 quadrants these people deal with. The first one is, I can't predict it, but I can change it. The second one is, I can't predict, and I can't change. Then the third is, I can predict and I can change it. Then there is also one where there is constraint by the law. Now, what is it that is being done there? There is open-mindedness on part of the board that we must keep learning all the time. And we've got what you would call 1+2 approach. That yes, you probably got a first degree in statistics, but the issue is exactly what are the other 2 qualifications that you have today to drive the digital economy, to drive digital trust among the members. So what are you reading? What are you studying? So it's continuous in the board, continuous learning, feedback, and reinforcement that keeps going on. So our board members, you can't say this is an expert in cybersecurity. No, the only thing we have is we know how to ask questions. And when you ask the questions, we analyze and follow through. That's the only competence we have at the board. Ask, analyze, follow through.
Wow. Ask, analyze, and follow through.
Yeah.
Let's pick that up when we go back to our boards and see whether that's exactly what we do. We've seen the success at the fund, and congratulations on continuing to grow the trillions. And we look forward to more than that. Right. Let me go to Richard Mugisha, who is online. Richard is from EcoBank Rwanda, and ladies and gentlemen, LEAD is about being East African. Okay, it's not about being Ugandan, and we are glad that we had Christian from Burundi. We now have, we had Mpo earlier on, P. Mpo, is that right? P. Mpo from South Africa, and we now have Richard. Richard, congratulations on your appointment as board chair of EcoBank Rwanda, and you are quoted as having said that you will provide strategic direction, leadership, and oversight to support the bank's growth strategies and reinforce its commitment to delivering top-notch financial services to individuals, businesses, and communities across Rwanda. As a board chair, please help us understand how the board navigates on how they run their board activities, the board meetings, what technologies are available for use, and what are your thoughts around the use of digital tools to support the board in managing its activities? You could be muted, Richard. Sound team. Okay, maybe Richard, as we sort out the sound, let me move to Mr. Sekalala. Aga, you are the vice chairman of Uganda Manufacturers Association, and the president in the last address that he gave, was it on Saturday or Sunday? He did mention the 4 money-making sectors, and you should be very proud to be in the manufacturing sector, which was one of those that was announced by the president. Help us appreciate, and we do as LEAD, we definitely want our economy to develop. We want the manufacturing center to contribute significantly to our GDP. Help us appreciate what are the challenges that boards of manufacturing entities are facing today, and what do you think are some of the areas that we can support in this room to support the board members in developing our manufacturing sector?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the team at the League of East African Directors for organizing this forum. I think, as been said severally this morning, our economies are going through quite a bit of disruption. So businesses are facing very, very similar circumstances in terms of what are their challenges, and manufacturing is no different. Manufacturing is quite diverse. You know, if you want to think through from beverages to food, where I am, to agriculture, agro-processing, to steel, cement. They're all very diverse businesses, and which sit under the Uganda Manufacturing Association platform. Some of the things that they face, like issues of digital disruption, are real, and there are things that they're having to embrace and also having to deal with on a day-to-day. Of course, there are issues of capital, there's issues of the environment, and many other challenges that they face. I think where the league and the people in this room specifically could help or could be part of is to take on the challenge, advise, be on the boards of some of these companies. Some of them are small. We have a lot of small, what they call small, medium manufacturers, and they tend not to be the most attractive places to sit or to be a board member or a board chair. I think that might not be the most fun thing to do, but I think that they are the ones that need the most advice. They need some advice on how to grow. They need some advice on how to take on this whole new digital age. How do you sell online? How do you market online? How do you do things that we were not doing 10 or 15 years ago? So, I mean, the questions would go on, but I think that the small businesses need to be embraced. They need to be helped. I think it's now a common question within, for instance, financiers to ask businesses as they borrow or join these financial institutions. Who is on your board? Do you have a board? What do they do? Simple basic questions, I think, to get them on board, I think, to sort of build some aspect of compliance.
Thank you, Aga. And I think I see and hear opportunity for members here to support the manufacturing sector with providing governance services. I've heard previously of what we call advisory boards, and I guess for the small entities, this could probably be an area to focus on. So Aga, you talked about digital disruption. Do you see any opportunities as manufacturers in digital disruption? But also, what are the key risks and concerns that you may have? And how are you grappling with them to ensure that the manufacturing sectors remains vibrant, irrespective?
I think, sort of mentioned, there is quite a bit already that has taken place in terms of the payment space, the marketing space, the space where small manufacturers can participate. You have small retail, you have their distribution, channels that are new, that are opening up. I think that there is a lot of room for digital professionals. I know that manufacturers are grappling a lot with issues of how much should they invest in their whole, around this whole digital environment. Be it from simple things like their ERP systems, the things that they need to have, to newer things, newer technologies. So there is the constant question of, will there be value added for them? And some of these questions haven't yet been answered, and they are unknowns. And I think, like Doctor has said, there are things that are waiting to be found out. Is there real value in selling online? Can you make enough sales online in order for it to pay for itself? So many people will try this, and when people tried it when there were lockdowns, then people go back to their traditional ways that they buy. These are some of the challenges that SMEs and manufacturers face, even still today in our current setup.
Thank you, Aga. Is Richard online now? Can we try with Richard now? Richard, I think the question that I'd posed earlier was, as you are almost making a year in your role as board chair, how does your board, and how would you advise the rest of us in ensuring that you run and manage effective meetings using digital tools available. And maybe you can share some examples of some of the tools that you have and use for the wider audience in the room here. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much. And thanks the lead team for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be part of the activities of Leads. EcoBank Rwanda is part of a strong Pan-African institution. And so we have a lot of support to ensure that even as we go about our business of providing strategic leadership to the bank, as well as rolling out new products, we have access to lots of tools with security features. We have the right processes that have been developed across the group for deployment on all the devices and locations. And that helps to safeguard the bank's information against cyber attacks and other disruptions. Specifically for the management of our board meetings, we use a software known as Board Effect, which is enhanced with all security features to ensure that whatever goes into the system cannot be available to people for whom it is not intended. In terms of driving a digital transformation strategy, what I have found has not really been the absence of the tools and systems, but it has been the challenge of ensuring that everybody moves along as we innovate and adopt these new ways of doing business. And communication has been at the center of the strategic planning that we have engaged in. And what I have found most useful is the decision that we took to make sure that each and every member of staff, regardless of their role in the organization, was given an opportunity to say what they think about these changes and to provide their inputs. And it has been amazing to see the buy-in across the board, because now we have ownership by all the staff members, and it makes it easy to adopt these new ways of doing business. I think in the earlier panel, it was brought to light that the biggest challenge for us human beings is to embrace change. We are not wired to quickly embrace change. But the more people get to feel that they are part of the process, that they are valued, then it becomes easy to bring them on board, to learn the new ways of doing business, and to implement the changes.
Thank you, Richard. And I'm sure many people in the room here will agree with Richard that whilst the tools are now available, despite the fact that they are costly, many of us are still challenged with embracing the new technologies. I think Doctor mentioned the Audit and Risk Committee earlier. Richard, do you have a specific committee that handles ICT, a subcommittee of the board? And if so, can you briefly tell us what exactly does this committee look at?
So we have a dedicated committee for ICT. That's actually a requirement of the regulator, the central bank. They require all the banks to have an IT subcommittee of the board, and we generally look at the committee looks at two reports. The first one is the various initiatives in terms of the digital products that are being rolled out, and then the operational aspects where IT is obviously at the center of everything. Then we also look at the information security report, which brings up to speed the board, the directors, on what the challenges are and what the risk mitigation is. We also have separate departments. The IT department, which is responsible for supporting all the other departments of the bank. But we also now have a separate department for information security. And both of these CEO, the managing director, because there could be instances where the the information security team needs to check what the others are doing and to guide them or raise alarms where they have to be.
Right. Thank you. And it's quite interesting to learn that the ICT committee of the board is a requirement by the regulator. I think in Uganda, the disruption that comes with it. Let me move to Mona. And Mona, you are with ABI Finance, providing financing for on-lending to agribusinesses across the value chain. You run loan guarantee schemes, which are very beneficial to us. And you also, and through these guarantee schemes, you also share the losses incurred as a result of some loans that are defaulted. With all the work that you do, which is very good for us in the economy, do you have a digital strategy? Okay. And how does the board and management ensure, and we talked about earlier, the need for board and management to work together. How do you ensure that there's alignment in terms of the digital strategy vis-a-vis the overall corporate strategy?
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just to ensure that we're on the same page, Agricultural Business Initiative, ABI, we're focused on agribusiness development, and specifically, the unit I head, agribusiness, the ABI Finance, focuses on financial inclusion, what you just described, financial inclusion for smallholder farmers and agribusinesses, and our partners are financial institutions, right from the tier 1s, 2s, 3s, and all the way to the savings and credit cooperatives in the countryside, because that is where really our agriculture is being done. So by all means, digitization or digital strategies are very pertinent for us and are key in how we get our work done. Why? Because they drive the strategies around sustainability, inclusion. If you want to reach those smallholder farmers and in partnership with a financial institution, you've definitely got to think of the digital products through which those farmers and agribusinesses can access lines of credit, can be supported by the financial institutions. And then, of course, at the heart of the sustainability initiatives that we drive are efficiencies. Many of those loans, or a lot of the financing, is microfinance in nature. So how do you ensure that you're bringing down the costs to ensure that the cost of money to those smallholder farmers and agribusinesses remains as competitive as possible without driving the cost? So for sure, it is at the heart of our strategy, and indeed all over our business and corporate strategies, definitely in there. Now, we are accountable to our stakeholders, primarily through our board, and I'm happy to report actually the committee through which we largely report on matters digital. My chair for that, Sophie Nkutu, is with us in the room today, and that is largely through our Audit and Risk Committee, but also through our People and Culture Committee, and I'll speak to how those two work. And like Dr. Chimboa said, indeed, at least you're meeting at a quarterly level, at a quarterly basis, and therefore it means if you're not going to speak about it a lot, for sure at a minimum 4 times a year you'll have to speak on it, but it cascades to even a lot more frequent at a management level. So for sure the standard reporting that must be done through that committee and at a management level where we hold ourselves accountable. But to land that question you've asked, I want to speak on a failure that we had and how we learned from it and picked ourselves. So in our day-to-day work, we tend to be outward looking, and we're working with the financial institutions and ensuring that indeed the digital strategies are working. Are the smallholder farmers accessing your platforms well? Do you have the right management information systems in place? And so from an outward perspective, we were quite busy with that. And at some point, we had to focus on our internal efficiencies, and we needed to do business process reengineering, turnaround time. So we're quite a lean team, and we've grown over the years and hadn't had an assessment around that done. So we found that we're getting a bit clunky, and our turnaround times were suffering. So I hope I'm not alone, but you might relate to when it came to appointing that business process reengineering committee and everything. One, find the technical manager, the guy who heads up or lady who heads up your ICT. Then there's always which young people are in the room who can represent each department. In fact, ask that guy because he's the one I usually go to when I have something stuck on my phone. He's a good nomination. This guy always asks difficult questions, have him on there, and make sure that committee is well constituted. We'll be talking about it in our management meetings, and so it goes. So we go for this one board committee meeting, and we are reporting on the business process reengineering, and what happened to me happened with what happened to Richard just this morning. We had a glitch with our Zoom, and so the head of IT at that point was reporting by Zoom. So they asked about the business processing reengineering. I was very well set at that point. He's called Nathaniel. Nathaniel will come on and say what needs saying. There was a glitch. And so it fell to me. And all the definitions that I hadn't bothered to pick up or getting the intricacies. And Sophie refused to move from that agenda item. You know, like how you gave Richard an opportunity. She refused to move from that agenda item. And so I was squirming in my seat, and it was obvious that there was no ownership and no leadership from a senior management point of view. So suffice it to say, I got a wrapping on the wrists, and we needed to regroup. And what that spoke to, and what I wanted to speak to there, was the people and culture piece, and as well as the innovation piece there. At the heart of any strategy anyway, as you know, culture will have your strategy for breakfast, and so at the heart of a digital strategy and its success is the people and culture piece, the attitude towards it, the attitude towards innovation. Along the journey as we were recalibrating and ensuring that we got things right, We also learned that innovation is something you've got to be taught and be prepared for, and that there are innovation profiles, and that there are 3 strands. You're looking at the people, you're looking at the processes, you're looking at the philosophies. All these things came to bear. So there's the need to manage also from the people and culture piece, as well as from the risk management piece, and asking the right the right questions, analyzing and follow through. So happy to report that we've since turned the corner, and what we're doing with our partners, we're also doing internally. But it came out of that, what can seem mundane or routine reporting, routine asking questions, it certainly was picked up at that level. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mona. I think you're very right when you say the need to manage the cost of the small farmers and ensuring that you digitize. And thank you for sharing the failures that you have experienced. I think we all learn from our failures, but some of us are very tight with our failures. We don't want to mention them, but thanks for being honest, Mona. Let me move to Peter. Peter, you are the company secretary at UNOC, and you just have a new board. Congratulations on that. And you also recently brought in some fuel, I think the first consignment. Are we already using it, or is it still on the way? Let's congratulate Peter for...
Yes, the fuel is in the market, yes.
The fuel is in the market. Okay, just 2 very quick questions. I know we're running out of time. But one, as a company secretary, how do you support your board, especially from a learning and development with respect to technology or use of technology, given the fact that that's the way business is being disrupted and we need to go that way? So how do you support the board in your role around digitization?
No, thank you so much. And just wanted to note that the board we have, and I think the board we had, the past board was an inaugural board. We had it for 8 years. One thing that we agree with Dr. PK is that both boards accepted that they must be learning boards, that we must ask questions, we must learn. Even though in our memorandum and articles of association we have a structure that basically requires that we have a board whose composition covers the basic skills required in the oil and gas sector. So we had really competent people. But still, we took out this initiative and this view that we must learn as a board. And part of the learning was in this space of innovation and digitalization. I'm a lawyer by profession, so I think through things in the form of rights. So when you look at the structure of a company, that you are a limited liability company, by just that word limited, it means you must interact with the public. And you must actually display it by law, that you're a limited liability company. So your interaction with the public requires that you share information, that you are open and transparent to the public, that the public knows your state the status of you as a company. And the board, being the blood and the mental structure of this entity called the company, must be able to be responsible in interaction, in managing interactions with the public. The digital space and digital innovations have helped us as companies to discharge this task much easier. And so as a board, you cannot be left behind. We dealt with the civil liberties in the 60s. Today we are dealing with the right to privacy as the most important right that we are confronted with. And digitalization has helped us to discharge information easier, to access information easier. And so it's a tool, and the systems that support it are very good for the board to utilize. So we've recognized that at Uganda National Company, and we have invested heavily in the tools and systems as consumers of these tools that have been brought to us by innovative minds. But at the same time, we've recognized that in this dynamic industry that we are in, and indeed the global economy generally is dynamic, we must learn to be part of the innovation journey and process. So we have a very strong emphasis on innovation. We have a team at UNOC that focuses and leads innovation. It's one of our protocols. In any meeting we speak about innovation. It's one of the elements that we measure. And that innovation, it works very closely and in many ways in this area of digitalization to ensure that we improve the efficiencies, we improve our systems, but also improve in the business that we are doing. We are a highly standardized industry, so we have standards that we work with, the ISO standards that I'm sure most of you utilize as well. The ISO standards have equally recognized innovation and included, I think it's ISO 56000, a suite of standards there that deal with innovation and how you place innovation within a company. And it looks at innovation in all its breadth. And so at the Uganda National Company, we have looked at these and embraced them and built digitalization, used the tools to improve the board's learning, the board's efficiency in doing its work, but as well link it to innovation to ensure that the whole group of staff that we have in UNOC are involved in innovation, and innovation drives our business to ensure that our business, because oil and gas today is under a lot of attack. But if we spoke to you about what we are doing as a sector and as a company in the area of innovation to ensure that the business that we are in survives the next 50 years, you would find that it is really central to everything that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and thanks for talking about the standards, because I know in oil and gas, I think adhering to the standards is very, very key. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to open up to the floor. Maybe let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And open up to the floor. I don't know, do we have any questions? Okay, there is one there from Pastor. Any other? Okay, I have time for only two, so.
Thank you,
yeah.
Mr. Sam.
Yeah.
Sorry, my name is Bamidele Husseini. I'm also a pastor. I'm a certified board evaluator and a risk consultant. This question might not be for anybody directly, but for entire, because the topic says board of the future, fostering resilience in uncertain world. And in our work as a board evaluator, one of the things you discover is when it comes to evaluation process, it's a tick exercise box. And the questions, and when the reports go to the main board and say, oh, and you see everybody nodding, okay, we will listen to you and we will review what you have done. So my question is, if we are going to lead as a board and be resilient in an uncertain world, we need to be intentional about the outcome of board evaluation. We need to have a frank discussion, a frank talk, and say, okay, maybe you are a chairman of board risk committee. It appears we might have to change you because your competence is in this area, not just because you have to fill in a vacuum. That thing I'm talking as a practitioner is a major, major challenge. I don't know how we're going to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess as we close, as you give your parting shots, any of you can help us. This thing called board evaluation is very good, but is it just a tick box exercise, or can we actually get value out of it? One more, preferably a lady. Ah, there is one here.
Thank you so much. My name is Arimi Barbara Teddy. Glad to identify with my chair. I work with the National Social Security Fund. My question is not to my chair. I also serve on the board of DFCU Group. My question is to Peter from UNOC. You mentioned matrices that you use to measure innovation. So I just wanted you to expound on those matrices. and also to know whether innovation cuts across your organization or whether it's anchored by one unit. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much, the audience, for those two questions. And I'll ask our panelists to respond to them. Feel free to respond to any, even if it's not directly to you, and give us your parting shots as well. I'll start with you, Doctor.
Thanks very much, Sam. One is the question around evaluation. First of all, that is an outdated practice, very irrational, incomplete, and completely unwise, and actually a carried off pretense to talk about board evaluation at the end of the year. Totally, totally useless. Because you cannot tell me that at the end of the year, you can recall the practices, the attitude, the behavior of your colleagues on the board. You are arrogating yourself an exaggerated opinion of yourself that you can pass judgment on other people by taking off and so on. You can't. You are looking at the outside person. You don't fully understand the value system that drives this board member. That's why it's not a performance appraisal of a board. It should be a performance enhancement conversation that goes on between the chair and the board members, and even between the board members, not wait for the end of the year. You can't do that because you can't remember. And in any case, what's the point of talking about somebody, what he did in January, and you're talking about it in November? You can't. So it's not an event. The board of the future is a board that celebrates continuous improvement. It's a board that embraces continuous feedback and continuous learning, exploration, dealing with the new trends and their implications and practical actions that you can take. But you can't just sit in a corner and you start now assessing your 6 or 8 colleagues. You are telling yourself lies. It is the ignoble depths of hubris and ego. This one is 7 out of 10. This one is, no, you can't do that. So the issue is the chair of the board, the future of the board is the chair must engage every so often the board member. What is it you want to stop? What is it you want to start doing? What is it you want to scale? What support do you need from me as the chair? Or from your colleagues? This is a more dynamic and forward-looking conversation. That's how it should be. Now, in terms of conclusion, sorry, Mr. Moderator, the only thing I can call upon my colleagues who serve on the board, the key word is cyber resilience. Let's build staying power and comeback power, and we are able to bounce forward. Why? The criminal guys who are attacking our cyber system are not about to stop. Why? It is prodigiously rewarding to be involved in the cyber attacks. So it's a business that's growing. I've just seen a report of McKinsey. The discipline of cybersecurity, learning these security tested codes, the firewalls, building what you call encryptions and so on. It's a high growth area in terms of talent development. 200 billion business. So guys who are present here, cyber security is in a form of resilience and come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Mona. Your parting shots.
And I would like to assume that the board evaluation question has been fully taken care of.
You may have a different opinion.
No, not at all. Just to say that we tend to look at the dangers of cybersecurity and digital governance as though they were only external. And just a caution for us not to lose sight of the internal piece, which comes again around people and culture. And many times the lapses that we see or the breaches that we see are a lapse in what are very mundane and routine processes. Reconciliations have not been done. The right checks have not been done. I believe the Microsoft breach that we had, I think some patches had not been run simply because somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do on a day-to-day basis. So as we're looking forward to what's exciting, what's new out there, let's not forget the mundane routine things, and remembering that it's really also driven by people, and with people is conduct and a culture issue. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mona. Round of applause for Mona. Richard, are you still with us? Any parting insights from you?
Yeah, thank you. The first thing I would like to say is that I fully endorse Dr. Chimbo's sentiments on board evaluation. Secondly, we need to be mindful of the fact that even as we have dedicated resources to address issues of ensuring that we are secure with our data, it's also important to make sure that we effectively communicate to everyone in the bank, in the organization, so that they are fully on board and they feel that it's also their responsibility to play their part. And many a time we fail to get people on board because the communication is not effective. If we can always recall that communication always happens on the terms of the listener or the reader, and that is in turn enhanced by how valued they feel, then we'll succeed in getting more and more people on board. The second thing I would like to say is that the issue of costs of the tools required to ensure that the cybersecurity systems are robust, it can be sometimes prohibitive. And I think there's value in thinking around how organizations can work out a way of sharing some of these tools. I do believe that there is a place for where competition and cooperation can meet, so that the barriers for employing some of these tools can be broken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thanks for joining. Peter, there is a question about innovation here and your parting shots.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Innovation in UNOC is run by a small team that sits in the CEO's office. But that team is has more of a coordination role, a role to coordinate innovation throughout the organization. And resources are availed for the ideas that have been approved, that are picked from all departments. And we have structures to generate these ideas, to sense check them, to test them, and then eventually approve those that will proceed to the next level, and we provide funding based on that. Of course, there's a limitation of funding, but small steps. It's a culture we are building, and we see that it is taking root throughout the organization, and it's becoming a focal point for management, for board, and for the staff as well. In terms of metrics to measure whether we are succeeding or not, for now we're using about 3, but I've seen that other companies, especially in our sector, have more, depending on the stage of the company's business and where it's focused in its strategy. So the first one is financial. We look at what it's going to bring to the company in terms of financial addition, in terms of financial resources, money. The second one is on efficiency. We look at the efficiency in the form of downtime that will be saved, or the cost that will be reduced in terms of our operating costs and how we run our business. The third one is on stakeholder, the quality of stakeholders that our innovations drive towards us. We are a stakeholder-driven company, largely because we are not heavily capitalized. We are in a very highly regulated, my regulator is here, the chair of the board of PAU, so I recognize you. We are highly regulated. We are on the offensive, so to say, in the energy transition space. So we must be able to attract good partnerships to our side, to ourselves. So we measure success in innovation also in the sense of the quality of the partners we get to doing business. And so those are our metrics for now. Other companies I've seen in our space, ENI, Equinor, BP, the big ones have different metrics, but we are moving towards that space. And I must say that innovation is spoken of in each of our board meetings, as is ESG as well. My parting shots are the digital space is here. It's the now. It's not the future. Digitalization. And we must embrace it. Doesn't matter which generation we are in. So there's a lot of learning, even from those that are below us. For board members, there may be a lot of reverse mentoring that you'll have to accept and learn from these young people. We must push it because it's the only way we can survive in this space of today in business. And we must not be scared to start small. If my neighbor is far ahead of me, it doesn't matter. It's their journey, it's my journey as a company. The day of small beginnings must be celebrated, and we must start small. The last one I want to challenge us to is there's a lot of consumerism in our part of the world. So we consume all these products, innovative products, digital products that support our business. But what are we investing? How much are we investing in the space of probably generating our own products? Which partners are we working with? Which institutions of learning are we supporting as entities? As bankers, can we come together through Uganda Bankers Association and find a place of innovation to support, to develop products that support the banking sector as a whole? Oil and gas. I believe globally we are spending more than $20 billion in innovation in oil and gas, and it shows. The results show in the fields, they show in every space, but I would challenge all the industries represented here to come together to support innovation. And let me just finish with this. We are all faced with climate change challenges, and oil and gas, whereas we are blamed for being polluters, we are doing so much investment in this space of innovation to ensure we deal with this challenge. And as looking at some document, reputable author, and Africa as a whole, our contribution beyond technology consumption in the energy transition technologies that are evolving every day, in the innovation space, development of technology for the future, energy transition, our contribution is, this gentleman was generous to say 0.0001. I don't know what that means in mathematics, but that is our level of contribution to the innovation. And I think in this room we can think to change these statistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And lastly, Mr. Sekalala Jr., your parting shots.
Thank you, Sam. I'll ask the doctor to allow me to speak in simple language about evaluation. So we can go back to the subject. I think the basic challenge for most board members is going to a meeting once every quarter, and you attend the meeting, and when you're done with the meeting, you go back home. And that's it, it's over. I think as members, board members, I think that the challenge is to constantly engage the chairman and to constantly engage the respective, if you sit on a committee, the respective executives that you need to engage a little bit more regularly. I think that it is the challenge that we have to give to ourselves. I also think that I think by culturally we have a difficulty evaluating ourselves. So it's very hard for me to say that, you know, I'm kind of weak in this area. So I think my recommendation is seek help. There's help out there on how you can evaluate yourself. That would be my parting shot.
Let's give a round of applause to our panelists who have taken us through this session of digital governance in boards. Thank you very much. And over to you, maybe just in terms of parting shots earlier, the keynote address, the keynote speaker recommended a number of books. And I think in terms of parting shots from me, I also want to recommend a book. It is Governance in the Digital Age, a guide for the modern corporate board director by Brian Stafford and Dottie Schindlinger. Did you get that? Governance in the Digital Age. Governance in the Digital Age, a guide for the modern corporate board director. The authors are Brian Stafford and Dottie Schindlinger. Right? Yeah, so if we read all those books that the keynote speaker gave us and this particular one, then I think we shall be ready for the LEAD Convention 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. I think now we'll do the next bit of it. That is the photo opportunity and then handing over the certificates. Yeah? Okay. Sam, you have to lead on this. We are going to have our board member, Madame Olive Lumonia. Yes, you have to preside over this. Request. Thank you so much. Let's have a nice hand clap for Madame Olive. Give her energy to go. And, Sam, you want to assist? Yes, that is Dr. Chimboa. I saw many of us looking for dictionaries and
Please give a hand for Madame Mona Sebliwa, ABI.
Sam, we must thank you. Your team is smiling. Yeah?
Mr. Sekalala, Aga, please give a big hand. He's encouraging us to be okay with self-evaluation. I think that for me was a great take-home. And please give a big hand for our moderator.
Yes.
Who was also, yes. Mr. Mujisha, we shall send his.
So can we now have the group photo? As the panelists align themselves for the group photo, I want to ask, are we having value? Are we getting value? Do you feel we're getting value? As I was passing there, members were asking me that, why do we have one conversion? How can you do this to us? You are telling us we are not up to speed on 1, 2, 3, 4 things. So I went to my bosses and they're saying, look, why do we have one conversion? We should be having at least 2 so that we can reevaluate ourselves. It's a continuous conversation. You do not wait for the next year to, isn't that what Dr. Peter told us? It is continuous. But then the other answer is we need sponsors for that. So I'm calling upon you, all of you, please bring your beautiful and lovely companies. Let them showcase your brands here. Give us that money. We're going to use it well. We're going to make sure that you get this knowledge. We should be able to even fly in big and better experts to drive your business. Surely when you look at the amount of money our brands are worth, the way we are seated here, can we really fail? Really? Come on, guys. We need to do this. We need to do this. We need sponsorship. We need you to go back and tell your marketing teams, I was there, I didn't see your brand. Why? I don't want to be at a function and not feel the brand presence of our brand. So we really thank you so much. Really thank you so much. So now our next, and members really also want to thank you for really taking time and staying. And so as we come to the end of this, we want to ask Dr. James to come and tell us about the launch of the the lead board tools. And I also wanted to request that your board members stand with you, because this is really a board initiative. Our dear board members, you know we're here. This is a lead board function. So we need all the board members of lead. Don't leave him alone to feel cold and lonely. This is a time, this is something you've put a lot of energy in. Yeah? And the CEO, Madam Fiona, please go and stand alongside your board members. Please, Madam. I've never known Fiona to be shy.
Today she is. And as they come up and get organized, I think I also wanted to just repeat the words of the CEO for Standard Chartered, Mr. Sanjay. I think he said to all of us, he said he actually looks to lead when he's looking for his board members, when he's looking for succession planning. I think we have created, and they've created, a wonderful platform for talent and visionary leadership. So I think everybody in this room, as we go back, I think we can take that away to support each other and support this become a stronger platform that will grow stronger and stronger year on year. Over to you.
Dr. Peter Chimboa.
Is he?
Oh, he's coming. He will be joining as you present.
Thank you very much, MC. Is it MC or chair? I think I should say chair, yes. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here very happy, very delighted to stand before you. And my job today is to report on an assignment that was given to me and my committee and my cluster. I will be introducing them shortly. I was given that assignment by the board, the members seated, standing here. And the assignment is that a number of organizations are struggling with putting together proper functioning committees. And of course, I chair the audit and risk cluster. So my interest was to start with the audit and risk class committees. So the first thing we set out to do, we're going to be doing a number of things, but the first thing we set out to do is, before even you start thinking of managing or running a committee, an audit committee or risk committee, the first thing is, what spells out your mandate? You need to have a charter. So where we have started from is to develop sample charters for audit committees, a sample charter for a risk committee, and then a sample charter for audit and risk committee, where the two are together like NSSF. So what we're celebrating today is the completion of the first assignment of putting together sample audit charter, risk charter, and audit and risk charter. And these charters are going to be launched today. I'm very grateful about this, very excited. Of course, in front of us, there's a lot of work. The next step is going to be, how do we make sure that we empower everyone serving in several committees, starting with audit and risk, have the right competence to perform and add value to the organization as a board member? That will be the next step. So there will be a series of training programs that will be developed. We're also looking at, in the near future, we shall start actually having coaching programs so that some of us who have the benefit of running these institutions for a long time can actually support those who are growing up in the profession, in the service of the boards. So there will be coaching and mentoring programs coming into place. And then, of course, later on, we'll also be looking at how do we then focus, especially on the youth? How do we, for example, get somebody who wants to become a competent director attached to a board and shadow and learn from before they actually become board members? So that will be the very advanced last stage as we go to looking at these things. So that's the task that I'm here to do. And I'm not going to take you into the details of what is in the charters, but certainly we have given guidance on, for example, how do you constitute an audit committee or a risk committee? Which kind of members should you have? How do you take care of, inclusiveness? How do you take care of things like diversity and so forth? How many meetings should you have? How long should these meetings be? And so on. So it's about guiding you to make your committee efficient. That's really what is in the charters. So we have 3 charters which are going to be launched today. And maybe before we launch, I will want to ask the people who really worked with me also to join us here. Before I will ask the chair to launch them officially. So I'll start with the draftsmen, the real draftsmen who wrote down the things in detail. And I'll want to start with Mr. Paul Ikopit. If you are here, can you please come up? Paul Ikopit is a serious draftsman for the audit charter. And then I have another draftsman. They may not be lawyers, but they really, got into this thing. Is Oseni. Can you come forward? But of course, for them to draft, there were a number of people giving them the ideas, the contributions, and everything. And I will start with the following. John Brittle. I haven't seen him today. John Brittle. Is there? Oh, John, please. John Brittle. My partner, Julia Sokurut from HLB Jim Roberts. I hope you're still around. Miriam Nansubuga. Denise Nasasira. We had a legal counsel. She's actually a lawyer who supported this process. I would like you to come forward. And I also want to call the following to come forward because it's a celebration. This is the first time we're producing a tool which can be used by all the organizations, all the members. And I'll maybe call the following to come to join us before I call the chair. Of course, the CEO is already here. Dorothy Cheyune, Dr. Dorothy. Ivan Kalema, Linda, that is my fellow board member at Citibank. Please come. And the chair of UNOC, Petroleum Authority Board. Agiti, Chris Kabagambe, Dunstan, Georgina Musisi, Joan Kyomugisha, Judy Chanda, Jane Kabale, Lilian Katiso, Mariam, Eunice Waweru, our friend from the business of making people happy. Is she around? Eunice, Rita Mutesi, Ruth Kanyaruju, Timothy, Dr. Timothy Basima. You're welcome.
Please, let's give them a round of applause. A huge round of applause.
So this is the team that has worked tirelessly to make sure we have good charters for the audit and risk committees. I thank you for the effort put into this. And at this point, I would like to welcome the chair, Gertrude, to come and do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Onyoin. Please join me in appreciating the team again. I'm very excited today because LEAD is an opportunity to learn from each other. It's an opportunity to work together. And for us to have this tool is really a milestone. As Dr. Onyoin said, there are 3 charters. One is audit, the other one is risk, and finally a combined one, audit and risk. So we can have all 3 in the interest of time, or that's it? Okay. So we will launch it together, I guess. All of us sort of on the count of 3. So 3, 2, 1,
0.
All right.
No, growing up, we used to hear the song "Congratulations," but I don't know. DJ, okay.
Fantastic.
These are results. These are results, members. These are your results. This is value. This is the value that we've been talking about. Wonderful, wonderful.
You're welcome.
And so
My name's
the
Dr.
charters
James
will be
Okello.
available on our website very soon. They will be accessible on the basis of a password. We will not charge for them because we don't make money from the work that we do. But you will be directed to contact the Secretariat so that we can have an orderly way of using the tools. I will also encourage you to acknowledge the effort. These gentlemen and ladies have done a lot of work. So as you take the tool and model it for your organization, please acknowledge the work of this team. Thank you very much. And I think we'll hand over to the CEO to close us out.
Yes. No. I wanted.
You're welcome. My name's Dr. James Okello Nyoin.
I would like
Dear
to-
board members, just a minute. Board members.
Board members.
Board members, please come and join the CEO. We want to appreciate the sponsors. It's just going to be an appreciation of the sponsors. Board members. In our next convention, we may be here the whole day because, Madam Chair, we are going to have very many sponsors coming. So, okay. We're going to have very many sponsors coming. Okay. Okay. So, Sheila, who is our first sponsor?
The first sponsor is Smart 24 TV.
Smart 24. Any represent? There you go.
Please keep clapping. Let's encourage people to come up. We're getting to
Yes.
the end.
You stand and have a photo opportunity with the board. Next.
The next sponsor is KPMG.
KPMG. Let's clap for our sponsors. Let's clap for our sponsors. All this will not be possible without them. KPMG. Yes. Then
Next, to
Uganda-
avoid conflict, Madam
Yes.
Chair, is Uganda Breweries Limited.
Aha. And Sheila is there to receive. Beautiful. Next is National Water. Fiona, I almost thought you'd say conflict also, but that's the past. National Water. Let's have a hand clap for National Water. Always there. Never lets us down. Next. The next is Vision Group. Vision Group. Vision Group. There you go. Vision Group. Vision Group. They decided to come together. Yes, because they have
Big
the
hand
vision.
for Vision Group, please.
Yes.
Really big hand.
Yes, Vision Group. Thank you so much, Vision Group. Nation Media is the next. Nation Media, you could be Nation Media? Oh, there you are. Truth, you say? Truth every day. You truly have deserved that.
Next up is NCBA Bank.
NCBA Bank. Oh, there we are.
Please keep the clapping going. Let's appreciate the people who have made today possible.
The bankers.
Next up is National Social Security Fund, NSSF. Please keep the clapping going as our sponsors come up to stage.
Yes, and then the next The next, I think you should come in a big way because you're a big brand and you've always been very supportive. Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank. Come in a big way.
Please give a huge hand to Centenary Bank.
Centenary Bank, yes. I think the Monsignors are going to be very happy. We really want to thank you, sponsors, so much, so much. So now I think, Madam CEO, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know the body is tired, but just before they leave the stage, I want to report to them. They're very innovative. They're always thinking. And in the last 3 months, today we are officially launching the Lead podcast. As the ladies bring the signage that we're going to use to launch, I want to say that the Lead Convention is a thought leadership platform. And we realized from having heavy panels, I think we had about 6 last year, we realized that we have a lot of thought leaders in our membership. And we thought we should create a platform for them where people for time immemorial to come will always have a record of some of the brilliant nuggets from our directors. So we launched the thought leadership platform called the Lead Podcast, and our first guest was none other than our chair. They've told you how humble she is, so she was trying to downplay it. But I can tell you that part 1 came out. Who saw the Lead Podcast part 1? Who thinks it was fantastic? Yes. I must admit I didn't even know as much as I found out from the podcast. Part 2 is online on our YouTube as we speak. And next you'll hear from Dr. Robin and many other eminent members of the League of East African Directors. So we are going to now launch. I would like the ladies to bring the signage. And there's a video online. Can we play the video? Just to give you a bit of what the podcast is about.
Lead is a very important opportunity for us to serve businesses in the East African region, to ensure that businesses are well led. If businesses are well led, societies are well governed, we all achieve the outcomes we're looking for.
We also make sure that we educate, inform, and empower directors to perform their work in the boardroom. The last thing we do is we ensure that organizations that need board directors have a pool of qualified, skilled, and reputable directors from which we can recommend to them to serve on their board. Please give the board a big hand clap. I think many CEOs in the room envy me. I don't think you've ever seen a CEO who has the support of their board like this. With all respect to board directors here, please give them a big hand clap. I would like to extend, today I'm full of gratitude, and that is all I'm going to do. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers. I think you saw all of them, for sharing their invaluable knowledge and experiences. We greatly appreciate the keynote speaker, Mr. Mpo Makwana. He really took us to school. And I really love when somebody said, do not be a full cup. I think Mr. Mfo Makwana is a sponge, because today he came and squeezed out a lot of knowledge. And from the man that we've seen, I think he's going to go and read 7 more books, right? Let's learn that from him. Let's give him another big hand clap. In his keynote, when he emphasized the need for humility, when he emphasized the need for agility and resilience, he provoked all of us to think and act differently. His humble delivery of a courageous, inspiring, and thought-provoking message was carried through by our honest, very naked, explicit descriptions of their experiences by the panelists that followed. I think you must admit there's been a lot of truth-telling today on the platform. Let's give them a big hand clap. I want to especially thank Christian, who represents our East African brothers from Burundi. We had Richard from Rwanda, and Ken Mola. Unfortunately, he was caught mid-flight as he was trying to get here. So Frank Mola, he was supposed to be a panelist from Kenya. We want to thank them for always being available, despite the distance, to share their thoughts with us. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our sponsors, NSSF, Centenary Bank, NCBA, KPMG, Nation Media Group, Vision Group, Smart 24 TV, Uganda Breweries, National Water and Sewerage Corporation, and many others who've been our signature sponsors from our inception. This is the 3rd convention, and it is bigger and better, and you have not abandoned us. Thank you very much. I cannot thank the board of the League of East African Directors enough. Not only do they put in their own resources, they also put in their energy, they use their social capital. You've seen them, they're giants, they're captains of industry. But to have them be involved in every nitty-gritty is fantastic. And I will tell you, they are keeping their eyes and ears, not hands, in. When I say nitty-gritty, I mean they are people of detail, and they have been the wind beneath the convention's wings. Please give them a big hand clap. LEAD works through its members, so I would like to, in a special way, thank our convention chairman, Mr. Sam Ntulume. I would like to ask everyone on the convention committee to just stand up. These are the people that have had sleepless nights to put everything together. I would like to thank, in a very special way, the members of the League of East African Directors. Please clap for them. They are not just members, they are hardworking people that bring their experience to the board. They bring their social capital to the board. And this year we launched our subject clusters. These are some of the products from these subject clusters. And if you are interested in joining LEAD, you can go to our website, www.eadirectors.org, and register. And once you join us, you will be opened up to a sea of social capital that you've seen here. I want to sincerely appreciate Sheraton Hotel, Beautiful Pieces, and the Fourth Estate for making this happen in a big way. We're live on many media stations, but I also want you to join me and thank our brilliant masters of ceremony. Aren't they fantastic? Thank you so much, Sheila and Deo, for raising the standard for the convention. Allow me to recognize, allow me to introduce you to the fact that we have a new lead. We've been challenged to think differently, to reevaluate. And I want to say that this year was a year of reevaluation for LEAD. And some of the things that came out is that we have very special programs for you. We introduced a lecture series this year that ended in July. We introduced CPDs, or continuous development points, which everybody who's been attending this lecture series is going to receive in form of a certificate. So you can give it to your board to your board chair and say, I have now trained for this. We realized when we were being asked by our clients to recruit members that were sustainable development and ESG certified, that we didn't have these resources. So we introduced a new program called ESG Series in partnership with Future Energy Partners. And we have some graduates here. Can you please stand up? Somebody might be looking for an ESG certified director. Yes, please give them a big hand clap. And we're going to hold another class in August. So if you'd like to register, you can just show your interest out there. It's heavily subsidized. I can tell you, you cannot find this course anywhere at that price. And it's even more subsidized for lead members. We've launched the podcast and the clusters, but I want to let you know that as we embrace technology, you can now pay using Flutterwave for your membership. You can make sure that you access all our products through technology and the mobile money payment solutions. I thought that was a very important thing to say. We've made progress, right? Yes, and lastly, my dream is to see that next year, half of this room will the room might be maybe in another jurisdiction. We're 7 countries in East Africa, but hopefully we'll have half the room with East Africans, right? So I cannot thank you enough. I cannot say much except to say that every day, let's dare to be different. Every day, let's dare to renew ourselves, the way our body cells are renewing themselves. When we cut our hair, we're just getting new cells. So let's challenge our minds. Albert Einstein probably didn't use 10% of his brain. So let's challenge our minds, because we are the brains of the organizations that we serve. So if we keep renewing our minds, if we keep being committed to being teachable, to being resilient, then even when our organizations are stretched by this bunny or what is that? VUCA environment, we will just be elastic and snap right back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Fiona, and I think we've come to the end of this. Really want to thank you and want to thank God that this day has been wonderful. We've been blessed. We also want to, Sheila, we want to say thank you. You've been such a captivating audience. We gave you some books. We noted that there was a lot of learning. And so our chair said, no, please, can we get these books moving? So please, we shall be calling on you for the next. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And as we were advised, please live with a few new people that you have met and you have known. Please mingle before you leave. Leave this room having known not only who you walked in knowing, let others get to know you. Thank you.
Are you ready to take charge and shape the future of your organization? Introducing the groundbreaking Ready to Lead program, brought to you by the League of East African Directors, LEAD. In today's ever-changing business landscape, corporate boards play a vital role in securing an organization's success. As a board member, you have the power to provide guidance on critical issues like risk management, sustainability, and compliance. But to